Puneet, give me a minute.
Okay, I've just turned live on.
Hi everyone, welcome all of you to LETCON. So today we will be discussing about multiple technologies including AR, VR. Hi everyone, welcome all of you to LETCON. Hello. So today we will be Am I audible? About multiple technologies including AR, VR. Hello. Yeah. Okay. I'm audible, right? Okay, great. So, welcome all of you to the day two of LETCON. So, today we have some amazing sessions lined up. I hope you all attended the day one and you got to learn a lot of new things. So, mainly we discussed about the opportunities and the possibilities in artificial intelligence and took a deep dive into blockchain technical details like that of the apps and smart contracts. So, I hope you guys found it useful. So if you have not yet watched those videos, if you have not yet watched the day one of LetCon, feel free to find the video on Zubi's YouTube channel. So talking about today's session, so I'll just give you a gist about what we are going to cover today and some of the tips that can be helpful to you for the day. So going ahead, we are already in the day two. So as you all know that the conference is distributed around a period of 3 days. Okay, so out of the total 5 technologies that we have in this conference, so today we'll be covering 4 of them. If I were to name them, then they are blockchain, quantum computing, Internet of Things, and augmented reality. So today is gonna be really exciting and breathtaking because 4 technologies, like various experts from different these 4 technologies, will be coming and giving their views about what's going on in the world and how you can start your journey. So before starting, I would like to thank our sponsors and outreach partners. So LETCON is like powered by XinFin Hybrid Blockchain Network and is supported by WazirX, BlockOn, Blockstack, Quillhash, and others. We also have some really amazing outreach partners like Machine Learning India, Coding Blocks, Accelero, and many others who have helped us to spread the word and reach a lot of people. So all of our partners are doing some amazing work in their different specific fields. Feel free to check out their websites and their work, what all they are doing. So let's see that who all we have for today's session, like all the sessions of today. So we have 6 really amazing people from different industries. So as I also mentioned before, that we'll be covering blockchain, AR, VR, quantum computing, and IoT. So we have different industry stalwarts who will be taking the sessions and sharing their views on different technologies, diving deep into the agenda. So, like at first, we'll have the opening ceremony, so which is going on, so, wherein I'll just walk you through what all things we will be covering and some other tips. So, this will go on for 10 to 15 minutes. Then we have our session on moving into the next phase, blockchain in action, which will be taken by Mr. Atul Khekade. So he's a co-founder at XinFin, and he'll share about various blockchain pilots and the lesson learned from those projects and how to actually implement blockchain. So all these things he will cover. Then post that will have Mrs. Shalaka Verma, who will be talking about quantum computing. So talking about quantum computing, if I were to say, so personally I feel it's really a very exciting technology. That's what I feel. So it has multiple possibilities. It can like completely change the way the world actually is right now. And so Shalaka Verma will be talking about the opportunities, how you can get started in quantum computing and all these details. Then we have a session on spatial computing and the AR cloud. So you all must have heard about augmented reality, virtual reality, mixed reality. So generally these things are like connected to gaming and all these days. So you'll see more deeply like what all is going on and how actually AR, VR, MR are like bringing the fourth industrial revolution. So we have Mr. Rene for that. Then we'll have Miss Louisa Spring, who will be talking about specifically how AR VR is used in the gaming industry and shedding more light into what are the current updates and how things are actually happening in the market. Then we have a workshop. So as I also mentioned yesterday, that like workshops are like super important for developers. So you should not miss this. Like it will be focusing on how can you make your own Instagram filter. So it's going to be a really exciting session. Then finally, we'll be having Mr. Sunil David, who will be talking on Internet of Things. So, like just to give you a gist, so currently we live in a world wherein we can say that it is an internet of people, wherein all people are connected to internet. But how will things happen once all the things will be connected to internet that are around us? So, Mr. Sunil will be giving more details about that. Okay, so that was the agenda, and let us know if you have any queries and all in the YouTube chat or on the Telegram community. So I'll also walk you through the certificates and the prizes process again, because a lot of people are having queries related to this. So in this particular conference, LETCON, we'll be having four different certificates that you can earn. One will be a general certificate for LETCON, and then the other three are workshop specific. Okay, so for the workshop specific certificates, you'll have to give an assessment, and all the details of where to give the assessment and how to claim the certificates will be given tomorrow in the closing ceremony of the conference. Until then, you can just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sessions and learn a lot of things, network with a lot of people, make new connections. Then if you need any other updates, if you have any other queries apart from the time of the sessions, or if you want to network with other people, so feel free to join our Zubi Telegram community. So just search Zubi Expo Live on Telegram and join the party. Then moving ahead, as I mentioned earlier, also we have prizes worth 50,000 INR that can be earned
Yogesh,
in
I
this
think you're
conference.
breaking.
If I were to, okay, so is my voice clear now?
Yes, it is.
Is it okay? Great. Okay, so we have prizes worth INR 50,000 in this particular conference. So I'll be breaking down the exact categories of the prizes. So the first one is will be given based on the engagements that you are doing during the conference session. So I'll recommend that you should like ask good questions, share your views, and then help others if you know something. So all these things will be monitoring, and accordingly will be giving you prizes. So apart from that, we also have some exciting social media prizes. So you can just share about LetCon using the hashtag ZubiLetCon and tag us and get a chance to win prizes of 5,000 rupees. So just to give you some of the ideas, you can just click a sorry, you can just click maybe a screenshot of the conference of the session you are attending, or you can share your experience of any particular session, and you can post it on any of the social media. You can do it on LinkedIn, on Instagram, on Twitter. And in this also we have different categories, like the post that will get, or the tweet that will get the most engagements, that will be the most innovative or the most insightful. So accordingly we have divided into different categories. Then the workshop assessment. So as I said, that will be telling you the details tomorrow. However, there will be prizes for each workshop assessment, so the top performers will get them. Okay, so that was a brief about LETCON. So let's get started with these sessions today. I hope you guys have will have a wonderful time and enjoy all the sessions. Feel free to put down any queries in the YouTube chat or the Telegram community. We'll be happy to help you. So for the first session, we'll be having Mr. Atul Khekade. He is the co-founder of XinFin Hybrid Blockchain Network. He'll be talking about like moving into how can we move into the next phase of blockchain by actually putting it into action, and we'll be also discussing some of the projects of XinFin Network, and so what were the learnings from those projects. What can you learn? How can you implement your own things? So to accompany him, we also have two surprise speakers, Mr. Ritesh and Mr. Anil from Team XinFin. So we will be starting the session in next 30 seconds. Hi Atul, hi Ritesh. Thanks a lot for joining us today for this session. So we are really
Thank you,
honored to
Yogesh.
have you here. You can just go on and share your screen if you want and take the session.
Sure. Thank you, Yogesh. Thank you so much for inviting us here. And I'm thankful to have Ritesh along with me. I just had a few minor glitches just before the session with my bandwidth, but Ritesh is here to back me up for anything that we may need. And thank you so much, all the Zubi community and the developers, which I think we have been working with quite a few of them, but we're thankful to have you guys here. I just, wanted to make this session really simple. Still today, the time is that when blockchain is discussed, many people think that look, it's still far from mainstream adoption and production. It's not. It's already live there in the market, and that's why there's so much liquidity being poured into it. Uh, Before I get to that, I'll just introduce myself again. I'm Atul Khekade. I'm the co-founder of XinFin Network. We call it XDC Network to make it more simple, as we are moving into decentralization, because the network is pretty much known by its native token only, as we are decentralizing forward. And I've been a serial entrepreneur. I put a blockchain network to production before, and I'm going to walk you around with all the amazing opportunities that exist in the industry today, and how technology as a whole can migrate towards the amazing features that blockchain offers. Uh, I'll let Ritesh give a small introduction about himself before moving on to the agenda.
Yeah. Thank you, Atul. And thank you, Zubi and entire team. My name is Ritesh Kakkar, and I am one of the co-founder for XinFin Network. We call as the XDC Network. And we are trying to create a ecosystems, blockchain-based ecosystems for the larger developer pools globally. So Atul is, started this journey I think 3 and 4.5, almost 4 years before. So he will start with his experience, and side by side, I will give you a demo about like what we have done so far and what we learn out of this experience. And it will be like very much useful for all the developers community. So Atul, you can start with basic demos and everything, your experience sharing.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Ritesh, for that quick introduction. Hello again, guys, and I'm really excited to bring this to you today. As much I was excited about having my first Bitcoin and Ether in my wallet many years back, and I kind of enjoyed it. The volatility, obviously, made some trades, and was beginning to explore how this technology is really working. I've been a tech guy to begin with, but adding liquidity with tokens to the technology was kind of very compelling for me not to neglect it that time, and it turned out to be really backed up with hype and support from the market. So in the initial days, when we took it to the mainstream market and we discussed the technology, everyone had the same impression as they had about internet when it started. So internet had its own negative points when it started. Everyone thought negative was for black market industries and all that, and that was the perception that in the initial days that we faced, and we were determined to change that with a very clear target of bringing this technology mainstream. So back in 2015, 16, I helped co-found the India division for a US based startup called Monetago, and there we basically did more education for Reserve Bank of India, National Payments Corporation of India, the banks in India, and it ended up having a very successful implementation of a blockchain network that was actually used in fraud prevention. So there's a company called Monetago, which is obviously before XinFin that I work with, and it's used by the network is used by a multiple of banks and fintech providers for trade for fraud prevention in trade finance, and that's a pretty big use case. For example, let's say you have a financial document that you go to one bank and the other bank has no visibility to it, so there could be frauds in that process, right? So the system was implemented to solve that multi-million, probably hundreds of $1 million worth of problems to fix fraud, and it's a live network, so that encouraged us quite a bit. And we thought, look, the public blockchain has its own use case because everyone needs a public visibility towards something when multiple parties are working onto it, but there has to be a private side to it as well, so that people are not so much afraid to share what their very secret or internal data is. So they started working on this concept called hybrid blockchain, in which you would still have the flexibility of having a public blockchain, but the privacy for having the enterprise grade transactions where data sharing and all has a more stringent compliances would also be able to be taken into consideration while implementing the solutions. So we had the first rollout, the first prototypes of the network that was live. The good thing that we did was we immediately went to the market. So we didn't just sit there, trying to speculate it or trying to figure out where it was going to be used. We took it to the market. We actually, engaged with regulators, government. So what we, ended up having was a POC with government of Maharashtra, and that was obviously brought from our team, developer team in India. And we may have a screenshot that maybe Ritesh can share here. It's a land registry POC that we did with government of Maharashtra, where basically you have all these land titles and real estate ownership, and you want to have a track of who owned the property and how the title shifted from one person to another. So that ended up being a very successful POC with government of Maharashtra, and it is equally applicable for other states in India, but even countries outside of India. So we have a live the POC was kind of there. Maybe Ritesh will be able to share the screen with you, just to give you a look at what was done there.
Yeah, I see it's getting loaded. It would be loaded in a few minutes. Yeah, there we have.
Yes. So this is what you're saying is we basically made this public open source immediately after we completed the POC with government of Maharashtra, simply for the reason that we wanted this to evolve, so other state governments, developer teams can come and work with us to take it to their respective state governments. This is also applicable to other countries, as I said. And Ritesh, maybe do you think Ritesh is would we have enough time to demo this, or is it just a screenshot would be fine as of now?
Yeah, so all the codes and products is available online. So anyone they like to go through this product, they can go online. It's at land-registry.zinfin.org.
Yeah, so good thing about what we develop at XinFin is it's a decentralized network, right? So everyone we set a framework for something. So we don't go in and control that use case, or we don't go in and control the network. The control is the network is fairly decentralized. So for example, you can set up a master node for XinFin network today. You can be the validator yourself today, and you can use this framework of applications to actually present it as a developer to your respective clients, or your institutions or governments, and we would continue to back you up or incentivize you for doing that. And it's a wonderful structure that we work on, and that's why Zubi being part of majorly consisting of the developer community, we wanted to today showcase not what we have done, just not what we have done, but what stands forward, the great opportunities that align today for all the developer teams out there, that you can come and join us to take this to multiple state governments or multiple governments, and evolve this product into a live production network. Okay, so I think because we don't have too much time to demo each and every use case, and we thought we'll talk about just a few of them. So we are not going to give each of those demos too much of time, but it's there for you to access, and we can probably share the URL here with you. One second, I'm just sharing the URL here. Team at Zubi, Punit, if you guys can see this, it may be shared with the audience for you to access.
Yep.
Punit, do you see that?
Yes, we'll just share it with them.
Okay, so just to give you how big this opportunity is today, all your houses, all the land that is available, all the commercial properties, they'll have this is like the biggest asset that we collectively own, along with our government, not just obviously in India but across the world. So having a registered track of that, a link of that, a blockchain record of that, linked with the financial transactions such as insurance or mortgage payments, would become a massive use case as we take this forward. Okay, then there is okay, we'll go to the next POC that we completed, and that was for our partner in Singapore, Ramco. It's one of the leading companies that does cloud ERP. And what we did there, along with their actual customer, Air France KLM Labs, was trade finance, liquidity through tokenization, and that's what eventually we brought under TradeFinX. So TradeFinX is currently it's under rollout. We're working with a multiple of originators to get their origination and live for alternative asset investors. But maybe we can show you a screenshot of what was done. Yeah, so what you see here is basically the TradeFinX website. What happens here is there are 450 million MSMEs in this world, right? And obviously, if you look at India, there's a large amount of MSMEs in there. And the problem is they are always cash trapped because they don't have smart as a CFO, so the banks don't really entertain them. So with a complete digitization of their KYCs and their records and linking that to the liquidity that's coming in from banks or financial institutions or alternative asset investors, you're basically empowering them to get liquidity as they, to basically get liquidity if they get a contract from some big company. It could be a big buyer, and they could basically get liquidity in their hands, so they get working capital pretty fast. Now this capital is utilized into job creation, hiring more people, and it is more relevant in the economy that we are seeing today because of the COVID. Obviously, you see businesses are kind of struggling, and the job creation isn't really happening. So we need more effort towards enriching the existing ecosystem with more liquidity. So TradeFinX, obviously, it's there right now, and there are some interesting updates that we are going to be rolling out to it. We have two regulated institutions. One of them is fairly big, like one of the biggest names in business, who will be distributing their origination to alternative asset investors. So this is the model that you see, and it has been POC'd before, as I talked about the Ramco Air France KLM POC, in which the origination for small suppliers who need were to provide their services to a big airline, they could find liquidity through alternative asset investors. That was the successful POC that was done. But now this is getting rolled into live transactions. So I know, some of our community has also always been asking questions about status of TradeFinX, and all we can see is that you're going to see our eventual mandate being fulfilled along the line as we are getting some of the originators live here. So what's the opportunity for developer system? What I talk right now is a very financial use case, but to a large developer community that Zubi consists of, there is a major need for every ERP system or small business accounting system to be connected to TradeFinX. The guarantees, the insurance companies. So these are big companies, and they'll need to connect to each other to either secure a risk for a business or to provide liquidity for the business. And TradeFinX is kind of a protocol that sits on top of XDC network that connects all of them. So great opportunity for developers here is to connect TradeFinX to other the actual businesses and actual institutions, banks, and alternative asset investors. I'm going to jump on to the next use case. One more update about TradeFinX that I forgot to mention is that we have sandbox license with Abu Dhabi Global Market. So we work very close with regulators. We want to make sure that we don't cross boundaries because these are obviously financial markets. They are heavily regulated. So we don't, whenever money is involved, we don't go too aggressively to try to prove a point so that we don't want to step a line. That's why we have been working very close to regulators. The good thing is the regulations are coming now. So when the regulations come into full force, what we have ensured is that our solutions work with regulators themselves. So there won't be there won't be any major restructuring required for whatever is deployed on XDC network to be changed or anything for it to go live with actual customers. Okay, so I'm going to jump to the next use case that we are doing with it's a stable coin project. So we are doing this project with e-money license holder who is regulated by MAS in Singapore, and we're also discussing this project with MAS themselves and trying to align it with project Ubin that MAS is kind of working on. So maybe Ritesh can give you a snapshot towards what's coming up next. It's a stable coin project based on SGD, which will basically be used for remittances and trade finance, because the money will be transferred at a fraction of a cost between suppliers, and the lenders themselves can convert their reserves into this stable coin to be able to lend it to the market. Yeah, so what you see here is basically tokenization of Singapore dollar. Now, this is a framework again. Whatever, just to repeat the point, whatever that we develop is actually a framework, so that it's not just limited to one implementation. But let's say you are to convert this framework for a tokenization of rupee or tokenization of AED or any currency that you have, it is still applicable for that. What basically will happen is that there'll be a trusted e-money license holder who will also be the trust, and they'll have reserves of Singapore dollar in a bank account, and that will be digitally represented on the SGDX contract, smart contract on the XDC network, XinFin network. And what we're doing in the background, and this is what we specialize in, is to connect the ecosystem. So we are now going to be reaching out to banks in India. We're going to be reaching out to financial institutions and banks in the UAE region, African region, so that they can connect their payment systems or their remittance systems or their trade finance based applications to this stable coin to start live transactions. And once again, this is a great opportunity for developers as well, because there is a massive integration opportunity for this to work for the enterprise environment. So there are going to be a lot of jobs, there are going to be a lot of projects that the developer teams will get to work on. Okay, and I think we have about 10 minutes left. I can show you about 2 more use cases before giving an open invitation for the developer community for interesting some interesting announcements. So some of you might be knowing decentralized oracles or middleware, the projects that are kind of really in need in the market right now. So Chainlink is one such project, which what it does is it's deployed on the Ethereum network, and it is basically it connects anyone to anyone through. So right now the biggest use case that they provide is the price feeds. But what we are doing through a project that was project framework that was developed in-house through XinFin is mycontract.co. And what it will do is it is right now not just developing or releasing the decentralized price oracles that can be used for DeFi markets with the instant finality of the XinFin network, but also being able to use it as a middleware or bridge for any network or any non-DLT system or even DLT based system. Because when we go out in the market and we talk to institutions, the first thing that they talk about is that, look, we cannot change anything from our side. So if we have to work with you, we need a bridge, right? We need a connector. And this is being rolled out as a developer framework, so that developers can come in and they can connect the APIs and systems for ERP systems, banks, financial institutions, that can find a common protocol for interacting with each other. And my contract itself, just to remind you, is blockchain agnostic. So it can work on any blockchain or any non-blockchain platform as well. It is deployed on top of the XDC node, but it is not uh, itself blockchain centered on XDC network. It is blockchain agnostic, so it can support a multiple of platforms out there. And this is an interesting rollout for us. This also resulted as a piece of from a POC that we did for one of the institutional clients that we cannot reveal right now due to the NDA. But keep your eyes on this interesting framework coming in as well. One last thing I wanted to show was the developer environment, XinFin Remix. So many of you may have seen the Ethereum Remix, and you'll find it amazing to work with the XinFin Remix XDC Network Remix environment, because if you're already familiar with Ethereum and you're deployed your applications there, you'll really enjoy working with XinFin, because the network is so fast, and the transactions are there's obviously they have been tested at 2000 TPS, and the gas fees are really really low. So whatever you develop as whether any kind of applications, you'll see that you have to spend almost 1,000th of less gas on the XDC network. And maybe Ritesh can just show you a glimpse of the XinFin Remix. This is basically a toolkit for all the developer artists out there. In one of the Zubi talks, I talked about developers being able to express themselves through coding, and this is a tool for you guys out there, the Zubi community or the audience here out there, to build whatever you want on the XDC network. So you can build pretty much all kind of applications. It's an amazing experience. You should really come in and deploy it. We, as a part of ecosystem development, we keep on announcing bounties for deploying applications on that. There is also funding that we can do for proven MVPs. So if you have a project, you want to come to us, you're looking for funding, then feel free to go to our website where we have just made that page live to be able to apply for funding for your application, and we'll be happy to take a look at your projects, or to incentivize you to deploy your projects on the XDC network. So that's I wanted to keep it short. I think we still have 5 minutes left of our session, and I have tried to cover most of the use cases, how they evolved. So we started with government of Maharashtra, then Ramco Air France, KLM, then obviously Abu Dhabi Global Markets, the stablecoin projects, and how they're now evolving into actual live major implementations. As we move forward, maybe I'll let Puneet take questions for our session here, and anything that you guys may need from us to work with us.
Absolutely, Atul. Thank you for joining in. I think there's some internet problem. I'll just stop my camera. Yeah, sorry. Thanks, Atul. Thanks for joining in, and thank you for briefing about various use cases and a lot of applications focused on the business side, focused on the tech side, focused on ease implementation side, wherein people can come, they can just create contracts in a go. And thank you for bringing in tools which developers can use, and developers can write smart contracts in a very easy fashion. So going further to the questions, we have like few interesting questions from the audience. So I'll be just taking it one by one. So first question goes, it's from Harsh. So what exactly they want to know from you, Atul? What exactly is XDC protocol that is being used in TradeFinix? Like, can we get an overview of it?
Yeah, sure. So what we essentially do So first of all, what is XDC protocol? XDC is, the way XinFin network communicates with each other. So today, if you set up your own masternode and I set up my own masternode, and there's an institution or a bank who sets up its own masternode, and we all want to communicate with each other, we have to speak the same language, right? So that's what the XDC as a protocol does, and that's very relatable to how Ethereum or ETH stands for in the Ethereum network. So XDC as a protocol is basically a common language through tokens that the network participants speak with each other. Now, coming to trade finance as a use case, most of you probably know how DeFi is working in the market right now, where you have, let's say, you have Ether and you want to lend it, or you want to borrow that. So basically, there are DeFi protocols that take your tokens through a smart contract and lend it through a smart contract. Here in the XDC protocols case, what happens is we are registering the asset which are coming from offline origination. So they may be invoices, letters of credits, or a bill of exchange. These are very big instruments. They are used in trade finance markets all the time. Their value is in the trillions of dollars. What we've done is we have developed basically a protocol for all these offline origination to be recorded on the smart contract level with legal backing. So we follow the open law framework that Consensus has rolled out. And what we have done, our developers have done to it, is in the jurisdictions where TradeFinex already has a license for Sandbox. We have devised, or we basically convert those smart contracts into legally enforceable offline instruments as well. And that is what we call XDC protocol. Now, what happens then? Let's say there is a buyer's, there's a big company which is paying its suppliers. Then it's liabilities, or then it's obligation to pay for that instrument is legally recorded, and that's what makes it financeable. That's what makes it financeable for all the alternative asset investors to come in, stake their money, and get returns, or say institutional funds, hedge funds, or even banks to come in and access that smart contract. So that's what we have basically done in TradeFinex.
Amazing. Thanks, Atul, for that. The next question that comes in is a very interesting question from Prabhat. He says, for any technology to be adopted mainstream, UX has a very important role in it. You cannot ask people to use applications that has a lot of complexities. You cannot ask them to use applications, and you cannot expect that to be adopted by a mass. There might be a few certain percentage or a certain sector of audience who would be able to adopt it, but for the mass to adopt it, you need to have the role play or the gameplay of UX. So the question by Prabhat is, what exactly is XinFin doing to improve their product UX, and how is XinFin, or how the products of XinFin can be used by a lot of people in the market?
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question, and that's we get that all the time as well. Now, look, I mean, it's about specialization. So what we do really well is we have defined all the applications as a framework of applications, right? So you can today you can go and try yourself deploying a masternode on XinFin network and see how easy it is, how much our team has made it simple for you to deploy it. Now, when it comes to applications, what our team is consistently does it deploys a framework. So we don't do an end-to-end UX based application, because as rightly stated, asked by Prabhat here, the UX is not just an important element, but it is also a variable element. So that means multiple UX specialists can give it their own look and feel. And we at this time, we don't know what interface will work, what will not work. So what we do is, basically, we would incentivize the eventual application developers, or the UX artists, or the UX developers to take the framework and make it accessible to the end customer in their own way, because that's a specialization, and we totally respect that, and that's why we would like to incentivize the specialist would only focus on UX, but giving them a very robust blockchain application framework in the background.
Amazing. Thanks, Atul. We have a lot many other questions, but we have shortened time. So we'll email you the questions for your responses to them. And if we get an answer from you, or when we get an answer from you, we'll be responding the same back to the community. So thank you, guys. We are just short in time, so we cannot take all the questions. The questions were really interesting, and we definitely will take it ahead, and we'll request Atul
Just
to
one
send the
question
answer.
I saw one question on the screen, and
Sure.
it asked, "What is the gas fee?" And it's absolutely amazing. We love to answer that. The gas fee is like literally 1,000th of or one probably millionth of what you pay right now on the Ethereum network, and you should really experience that. That's why I feel that go and test your applications or deploy them on the Remix network, on the Remix XinFin Remix, and deploy them on the Apothem testnet network first, and then try it on the mainnet, on the XinFin mainnet, and you'll actually see what is the actual fee of deploying applications, or gas fee for making any transfer.
Absolutely, Atul. Totally agreed. Guys, we at Zubi, so the certificates that we issue it on XinFin network because it's cheap for us and it's on blockchain. So you definitely can consider it. Try using the application and try using the network. It's actually cheap. Thank you, Atul. Thank you for your valuable time. I would like to hand it over now to Yash for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, Puneet. Thank you, team at Zubi. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ritesh, for joining. Yash, you're on mute.
Yeah. So sorry for that, guys. So thank you so much, guys, for joining us today. Thank you, Mr. Atul, Mr. Ritesh, for this wonderful session. So we are going next with our another session that is on the quantum computing, right? So quantum computing always used to be a mystery for me as well, right? I always used to read some articles, but it used to be always a mystery for me, right? So today we have a session on quantum computing with Mrs. Shalaka Verma. She is a director for partner technology at Microsoft, and previously she worked with the previously she worked with the IBM as a IBM Q ambassador for the quantum computing, and she also worked with the director for technical sales at IBM formerly. So welcome you, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us today. So we are just starting in the next 30 seconds. Till then, ma'am, you can start sharing your screen. Then we can start. Thank you so much.
Hey, hi folks there, and unfortunately now that I'm sharing screen, I can't see the original StreamYard window, so you have to first tell me whether you can see my screen or not.
Yes, ma'am, we can see your screen, so it's visible to us. And now, audience is yours, stage is yours. You can continue. Thank you so much.
Thank you, folks, and hi there, everyone. Thank you very much for taking time out and joining into this session. This is an exciting topic, very close to my heart. We will learn about quantum computing and the exponential journey with it. Today, I'll try and cover the motivation and the evolution part of the quantum computing. Why is it important and why it's a big deal, right? From there on, we will move into some basics of qubit, which is a basic building block for a quantum computer. This part of the session can get a bit more mathematical. From there on, we will move into the current state of art. What is the hardware available? What is the software available? How is the ecosystem panning out, etc. From there, I will take you a little bit into the quantum gates, which are basic programming blocks for creating any logic on a quantum computer. This part of the topic again can get a bit mathematical. And then from there on, I'll leave you with the thoughts on how you can take your learning journey forward. Now, we have about 100 years of history of classical computing. We have developed supercomputers, we have developed high performance methodologies, parallel computing. For that matter, we have launched man on the moon. There is huge amount of progress that we have made in past 100 years in the computational journey. And so we tend to think that we have really done a lot. Our intuition of the kind of problems that we are able to solve today can be very, very misleading. So just to give you a snapshot of the industries, think about the diagnostics, the fault diagnosis as a stream. Think about the simulation in the chemical field. Think about the material discovery. The way we explore the energy options, the way some of the digital signal processing works, even some of the algorithms that we use today to really ingest the massive data sets in machine learning. And in machine learning also, we are basically progressing on a deep neural network right now a lot. Think about scheduling, which is like traffic optimization, route optimization, and then you also have supply chain optimizations, right? All of these problems, for which you have a business applications ready today, most of them are living with approximate solutions. There is a potential to improve lot of these problems by multifold by developing better algorithms on quantum computer, or attain the same kind of accuracy with way shorter time. Moving on to the problem areas that we will potentially target with the first wave of quantum computers. They are called as noisy intermediate scale quantum computers, NISQ for the short form. So I have just tried to capture the work that is already ongoing, folks, in the quantum computing field right now. And these are the set of problems, right? In healthcare, we are looking at improving efficiency for early phase drug design and improving our ability for diagnosing diseases. Then in the chemical industry, we are looking at new material research. And I just wanted to just leave you with a thought here, right? So a problem which is as small as maybe a fertilizer production. So what does a fertilizer need? A fertilizer needs ammonia. And today, the kind of reactions that we use to really create that ammonia, which is like a nitrogen fixation problem, as it's called, it's really a high pressure, high energy reaction. But we already know that earthworms are capable of doing that at ambient temperatures, ambient pressures, without consuming this massive amount of energies while living within the soil. So we already know that there has to be a solution to the problem. But today, the fertilizer industry consumes about 7% of our electricity production just to create that ammonia required. Now, in finance, we are looking at problems like portfolio optimization, transaction settlement, fraud detection. I'm just going to read you out so that you get a context of exactly what kind of problems are we looking at, and hopefully you will also try and find the synergies, right? What is the common factor in all of this, which sort of, if solved, can trigger a lot of these solutions to get optimized. In telecommunication, it is about optimizing the antenna bandwidth, efficiency, even the 5G network orchestration. In industrial sector, it is about your supply chain management, fleet logistics, traffic route management. And in the foundational fields, which will cut across many industries, this is really consuming the large data sets and creating the classification, finding more optimized solutions to the classification problems. So that's the application affinity that we are looking at in next 4 to 5 years of window on quantum computing. We can't speak beyond that. Think about the internet days, right? When the internet was developed, did anyone think of Netflix as an application on an internet? Right? There are a lot of fields that get matured, and then eventually people will find out very innovative and radically life-changing kind of applications and on a technology. That potential you can't predict right now. What we can predict is a horizon of 3 to 4 years, and that is what I've tried to capture here. Now, from the statement that I said, right, that our intuition of what we can solve on today's computer is very misleading. So look at this problem space. If you assume this is the whole problem space, the white area, right? The pink area here is called as the NP problem space. NP stands for non-deterministic polynomial problem space, right? Within that, these are some of the hard problems that if solved can really change our lives. Within that, there is a very small subset of problems called as P problems, where we know the solutions in the polynomial complexity space. This is the only area that today's classical computers solve efficiently. And we are yet to solve all of these gamut, folks. With the quantum computer, we believe that there is an additional class of problems which can be quantum easy. That is called as bounded error quantum polynomial class. So I'm just giving you these words because today when you start learning the quantum computing, a lot of these words will just start appearing in a lot of your reading materials. So just have a perspective of where we are heading and what is the context of those names appearing in your in your reading is important. So some of the examples of what is BQP is like the factoring problem. So because we think that this factoring problem is easy on a quantum computer, we think that the security may be the current state of the security can become quantum. In the quantum world, it can become a non-secure application because factoring is not solvable on a classical computer, and hence it is used as the fundamental building block of our entire security hypothesis. So if some computer comes up which is able to solve it, we are compromising any application that was built on top of an assumption that this problem is difficult to solve. And that is why you need to look at what breaks when quantum computer becomes mainstream versus what you can build further. So just a step back in 1980s, right? Richard Feynman is called, this is a scientist on the left, Richard Feynman is called as the father of quantum information science. And he was, in 1980s, in one of the conferences, he made a statement that, if you read it, really a typical Feynman lecture style, right? Nature isn't classical, damn it. And if you want to make a simulation of nature, you would better make it quantum mechanical. And by golly, it's a wonderful problem because it doesn't look so easy. So fundamentally, there are a lot of natural processes which when we try and understand on a classical computer, we are just not in a position to simulate them accurately. And so we have built up a lot of approximations in a lot of our solutions. And Richard Feynman in 1980 says that if we find out a way to simulate all of those problems in a really quantum way, it can be an amazing thing to have. And from there, the quantum journey started, right? Now, the question is, when people started looking at quantum information science seriously, those were the early days in quantum mechanics and quantum physics development as well. And just wanted to, leave you folks with an understanding of what quantum computer is and what it isn't, right? So the quantum computer uses some of the fundamental findings of quantum physics and quantum mechanics. Those findings are quantum superposition, quantum entanglement, wave interference, inherent parallelism that we see because of superposition, and the fact that on any measurement on a quantum particle, the particle collapses its wave function and gives you a singular value, right? Those are the properties of quantum mechanics and quantum physics. Quantum computer simply tries to use these properties for computational measurements. So it is very important to decouple the two things. We don't want to get into why superposition exists, why entanglement is there, why a particle behaves like a particle and a wave. Those are physics questions best answered by quantum physicists. We are not looking at answer to those questions. We are simply going to utilize the fact that this is how a quantum particle behaves and try and utilize it for the computational purpose, right? So this is what quantum computer is supposed to do. Now I'm just, the session will get a bit more mathematical here because see, I can use a lot of analogy to explain a lot of concepts in terms of superposition and entanglement. You can have Alice Bob. In superposition, I could always say it is like a rotating coin, right? Till a coin lands on head or tail, but when it is rotating, it is in both the states. But what I have understood is our languages are never meant to explain the phenomena that occurs in the quantum world. So whatever we do, I will be building a metaphor, and it will never do justice to what is really happening in that quantum field. And that doesn't help any of us because all of those English words will push us into a lot of spiritual and physics related conversation, but it won't help us move forward on building building an algorithm on a quantum machine. So for this purpose of this lecture, we will not get into those analogies. We will focus on mathematics and we will focus on how this translates into the numbers that we can work with. So now coming back, so this is famously said by a physicist, his name was David Mermin. He once said that if you really want to understand quantum mechanics, you should shut up and calculate. And I figured that when I was learning quantum computing, I figured that that's probably the best way of getting hang of the situation here, right? So I'm just going to, sort of show you what happens as a basic building block. In the classical computer, our basic building block is a qubit, right? Is a bit. So bit can be in a 0 state or in a 1 state. How do we realize that? We have a transistor and we measure the voltage output. If the voltage is say 1.5 volt or 5 volt, depending on different hardwares, whichever you are utilizing, you will say, if this is in this voltage, I'm going to call it as 1. If it is 0 or -5, I'm just going to call it as 0, right? So 0 and 1 are really the abstractions that we built in the classical computer. And from there on, all our calculations are based on those bits. We no more care about voltages as we use a classical computer. Similarly, in quantum computer, the basic building block is called as qubit. How a qubit becomes a qubit, right? So there are a lot of different ways of using a quantum particle to realize a qubit, and I will touch upon that briefly. But basically, qubit is a basic building block. It is represented as a vector on a block sphere, and you just have to stay with me here a little bit, right? It is represented as a vector on a block sphere. A qubit can, if it is aligned with this vertical line of plus z axis, it is called as in 0 state. If it is rotated 180 degrees and it has aligned with minus z axis, then it is called as in 1 state. But a qubit can be anywhere on this sphere, and in any other state, it is called as in this superposition state, which means that it has some probability of being found in 0 on measurement, and it has some probability of being found in 1 on measurement. That's all it is. Now, if it is in the 0 state, then a qubit can be represented by a direct notation. On the left hand side, you see here, this is a direct notation for a qubit. And in the matrix form, it is represented as a 2-column matrix, a 2-row matrix 1 0. Similarly, 1 is represented as 0 1. See, these are 2 alpha beta numbers, right? So basically, you can have any number between 0 and 1 here, and any number between 0 and 1 here, and the number can be complex. So you could use imaginary numbers as well, with the only constraint that the square of this plus square of this, the mod of square of this plus mod of square of this has to be 1. This is the constraint that comes from the wave theory of quantum particles. And I will come to what it means, right? But basically, think of a generic representation of qubit, which looks like alpha beta. The qubit can actually be written as a direct notation called as alpha 0 plus beta 1, with a constraint that mod alpha 0 plus mod beta 1 square, mod beta square is equal to 1. And alpha squared is a probability that you will find the qubit in 0 state, and beta squared is a probability that you will find the qubit in 1 state. If it is becoming too much because I can't see anybody's faces here, if it is becoming too much, then just try and stay with only that thought without thinking too much about the connectivities, folks, here. And I'm sure we will sort of figure out a way to move forward on this. So now coming back to some examples. So I told you 1 0 is a special case of a qubit. This is 0, this is 1. This is straightforward. Now you can have alpha as 1 by root 2 and beta as 1 by root 2. This is a special case of a qubit which is called as perfectly superposition qubit. Why? Because if you do the alpha by 1 by root 2 square, it becomes 1/2. If you square this, it becomes 1/2. So basically we are saying it has 50% probability of being in 0 and 50% probability of being in 1. This is called as perfectly superposition state of a qubit. Just one more example I tried to capture here. This is like 1/4 probability, right? Half square, 1/4 probability, which is 25% probability of finding it in 0, 75% probability of finding it in 1. I will tell you later on how we use the probabilities to really understand the answer. But for now, understand that every qubit which is superpositioned will always have some probability of getting measured as 0 and some probability of getting measured as 1. And those probabilities are denoted by alpha square, beta square. Right? Now, just one more trivia. The sign of the qubit can change, right? So this plus can become minus, and this means nothing but the fact that this qubit will have 50% probability of still finding in 1. However, the phase of that qubit is going to be different. And we will see later on in the lecture how we will use this phase phenomena. Okay, now moving on. So like I told you, if a qubit you can represent as alpha 0 plus beta 1, which basically means that for us, if somebody gives you a single qubit, you have an ability to simultaneously process 2 states, 0 and 1, at the same time in your logic. Because it will always be at some probability in a 0 state and some 1 state. So everything that you apply as a calculation on top of that has some probability of getting executed on top of 0 and some probability of getting executed on top of 1, which is a probability wave function, right? So basically a single qubit represents 2 states. If you have 2 qubits, it will represent 4 states, 2 to the power 2. Similarly, if you have, so like 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1, right, with some probabilities. Similarly, if you have got 3 qubits, it will represent 2 to the power 3, 8 states. Now, this is very interesting because what it tells you now is by addition of a single qubit, you are basically doubling the power of computational on a quantum computer. This is where the inherent exponentiality of a quantum computer comes in the picture. On a classical architecture, if somebody has to double the power of a classical computer, you basically will have to double the number of transistors that are available for your computational purposes. But here, if you add just 1 qubit, so if you have a 100 qubit system and you make it 101 qubit system, the power of that system is going to be doubled up. This is very important to understand because single qubit in that sense carries a humongous amount of value in terms of computational complexity that it can aid to. Now, two interesting numbers to look at, right? So 50 is a number. 2 to the power 50 is the total computational space that we think is probably the upper limit of any classical computer that we will ever be able to build. That is why this was a magic number for a lot of quantum computing developers like Google, IBM. Everybody was targeting this number because once you have this number, you are potentially in the league of trying to solve the problems which will never be solved on classical computers. And so to that extent, some people want to call it as quantum supremacy, quantum advantage, but basically you need to have this kind of machine to really get us there. And then 2 to the power 275 is a number which is number of total atoms in the known universe. So if you have a 275 qubit quantum computer, folks, you can potentially simulate the entire universe with this. So these are the numbers that sort of are mind-boggling, that keep people on track on, what are they pursuing and what boundaries and timelines do they see to get there. More like a big picture number, right? So today you have got two companies, Google and IBM, announcing their quantum computers, which have got more than 50 qubits, right? Those computers are already available. Now, moving on to the property of interference. So this is a probability wave interference, but for that, just understand what the wave interference means. Like, it is very simple thing. If you have got two waves which are in phase, they will add up and you will call it as a constructive interference. If there are two waves which are not in phase, they will cancel each other out, and what you get is something called as a destructive interference. Think about beach, right? If you are on the beach and the waves are coming to the beach, sometimes some waves, when they overlap, the water comes way far ahead. Sometimes it is way far inside, and this is really the wave interference, adding and subtracting each other. That is exactly what happens in the quantum computing world on the qubits, but it happens on the probabilistic wave function, right? So if you have a qubit called as alpha 1 0 plus beta 1 1 and another qubit as alpha 2 0 plus beta 2 1, and if you interfere these two waves, what you get is a resultant wave which has got a coefficient of alpha 1 alpha 2, an amplitude of alpha 1 alpha 2, where the probability of both the qubits will be in 0 0. Then alpha 1 plus beta, alpha 1 into beta 2, where this is going to be in 0 and this is going to be in 1. Then alpha 2 beta 1, where this guy is in 0 and this is in 1. And beta 2 beta 1 is plain mathematics, right? Now, if you apply this or try and translate this to your matrix manipulation or vector manipulation, because that is how I represented the original qubit, if you remember, then this is nothing but the tensor product of two qubits. So the only point that I'm trying to drive here is, if two qubits interfere with each other, that interference is quantum wave interference, and the resultant qubit is going to be the tensor product of these two qubits. That's it. So if you refresh a little bit maths on vector tensor product and matrix multiplication, you will start nailing a lot of this phenomena. Okay, now coming back to the entanglement, and this is an interesting topic for a lot of people. Now, entanglement is a property of a qubit or property of a quantum particle, right? So basically what it says is, if you have got two quantum particles which are somehow entangled with each other, why they get entangled is not a question that we will answer here today, but if they are entangled with each other, then they start operating as a system irrespective of the distance between them. And what does that even mean to be a system? What it basically means is, if I do, like for example, if this particle is called Alice and this particle is called Bob, this is Alice holding this particle and Bob who's holding this particle. Let's assume that these are electrons and they are entangled. So now if at some point in time Alice does a measurement on her particle and finds it to be spinning up, then she can actually predict the state of Bob's particle if exactly the same measurement would have been carried out on it. This statement is very important. There is a time factor and there is a measurement factor. It needs to be carried out of the exact same measurement on the second qubit, and you can predict the property of or the measurement of that particular particle. Right now, if this is spinning up and if the prediction says that the other particle is going to be spinning down, then these are called as anti-correlated entanglement. If the measurement is both are going to be found themselves in spin up state, then this is called as correlated entanglement. Right now, how do you mathematically represent, or how does a qubit becomes mathematically represented as an entangled qubit? So very simple. Like I said, if you have two qubit system and both of them are, their final wave function both is really the tensor product of these two. So at any time, if I give you a qubit, a wave function of a final qubit, if you are able to represent that as tensor product of two independent qubits, these qubits are not entangled. But look at the specific examples of qubits, right? You have alpha 00 plus beta 11. Somehow the 0, 1 and 1, 0 states have got cancelled out in this two qubit system. This becomes an entangled system because now there is no way for you to tell, to represent this as a tensor product of two independent states of any qubit. Similar, so, and this is correlated. If one particle is 0, the other is 0. If one is 1, the next one is 1. Similarly, alpha 01 plus beta 10 is also called as entangled state because you have somehow cancelled out 0, 0 and 1, 1 via wave interference. So what you are left with is this, and so these two qubits have become entangled. Right? Now, moving on to the measurements, right? So I said your alpha and beta are going to be the probability numbers. So when you measure any qubit, there is a alpha squared probability, percent probability that you will find it in 0, and beta squared probability that you will find it in 1. So suppose your qubit was, say, 1, 0, which is like a 0 qubit, which means that it has got 100% probability of finding itself in 0 state. Similarly, your qubit beta value is 1, it has got 100% probability of finding itself in 1. But if it is perfectly superpositioned, then you have got 50% probability of finding in 0, 50% in 1. And how do you, but a single measurement will always give you either 0 or 1. That is why when you do any quantum computing algorithm, you will have to repeat it multiple times. Because a single calculation will never give you the right number. You will never even know whether it was entangled or not, or whether it was superpositioned or not, right? So for example, if you are saying my alpha squared is 98% and beta square is 0.2, you will have to repeat this experiment for 100 times and see that you get 0 as an answer 98 times, and you will get 2 as an answer, 1 as an answer 2 times. That's what it means. But every answer is either going to be 0 and 1. So this is very important to know. Quantum computer algorithms, you will have to repeat and run them multiple times on a quantum computer to understand the probabilistic distribution of your qubits. Okay, so that's so much for the maths, folks, and I'm just going to take us back into what took us so long to really build a quantum computer if the theory was there in 1980s. Now, what took us so long was, though we theoretically knew that quantum information science can really simulate the natural world, it was very difficult to have an isolated quantum particle and then to control the state, to have the ability to entangle it at will, to have the ability to hold it in the isolated state, have the ability to measure or even change the states of the qubits at will, right? So all of these need lot of engineering advances to be made, and those took us quite some time. Today we have got multiple modes of realizations of qubits. So some companies like Google and IBM, they use superconducting qubits. We don't have time today to get into details of what each of them really mean. But basically you have got different physical ways of realizing a of capturing a quantum phenomena. And once you capture a quantum phenomena, you are going to abstract it as 0 and 1, and that sort of becomes an abstraction called as qubit. So the ways are, today's ways are superconducting qubits, trapped ion. Trapped ion is something that Honeywell IonQ is pursuing. You have topological nanowire. This is what Microsoft is doing. Some people are trying to do the solid state side effects like a defective diamond, etc. And there are early efforts on utilizing quantum dots and photons, right? So those are different methodologies with which there is an attempt to realize a qubit. The fairly mature, the way I see, are first three, or getting there at least. Other developments that had to work is, so for you to change or manipulate a qubit, give an input signal, calculate an output signal, you need microwaves, you need lasers to really carve out the qubits on your circuit boards, if you will. You need very advanced lithography techniques. So all of them had to really mature. Those techniques also took a long time to get us where we are today. And the final one is really the cryo techniques, because the quantum particles really need super cold temperatures like 15 millikelvin, absolute zero, colder than the outer space kind of temperatures. You need to hold the temperature there. Very slight perturbation in terms of you giving a microwave pulse in, trying to measure a signal out, can destroy the whole system. You will lose the quantum state. So you really needed these rugged systems of cryo techniques and the isolation techniques. How do you protect from the atmospheric variation, from the noises, from the electromagnetic interferences, and how you hold the temperature and hold the qubit in the quantum state long enough for you to do a realistic operation on top of that was very important. And those techniques also took us quite a long time, right, to get there. So yeah, so that is why we sort of started seeing the push into this somewhere around 2010, 2011, where people got into a journey of, really rapidly realizing the qubits and then scaling it very quickly. And I think we are seeing fairly accelerated pace from 2015 or so. Now, given that many people sort of create, are in the race to create quantum computers, how do you really measure different quantum systems? And these are early efforts, because everybody will then now start declaring one performance criteria versus another, like the way the classical computing happened, right? Initially, people said, I'll look at gigahertz, then how much memory, then I'll say mflops, teraflops. So eventually, we sort of agreed to a standardized way of benchmarking, like we decided SPECint, then flops, right? So I think this is a journey that we will all take. But right now, there is an effort to standardize the comparison of quantum computers across different vendors. And the number that people are talking about is called as quantum volume. So every time you will see a new quantum machine in the market, most likely they will publicize their own quantum volume. A couple of months back, Honeywell declared their quantum computer had the highest quantum volume in the industry, though not the highest number of qubits, and we will come to that. So they had a very small number of qubits, but they were very high quality qubits, so they said their quantum volume was 64. Just yesterday, IBM declared that their newest quantum computer has got, so they have managed to improve their last quantum computer's volume from around 32 to 64. So that number came out yesterday, right? What is a quantum volume there? So quantum volume is not just about number of qubits. If you see, number of qubits is just one of the dimension here. Now what happens is the qubits can lose their state very quickly. This is called as decoherence and dephasing. What it basically means is, think about this as a vector here, right? The vector can really relax into the 0 state or go to the 1 state. Or if it is making certain angle with the x-axis or y-axis, it will sort of start to relax and dephase and change and lose its original quantum state. Now these times are very important because you want to operate and measure a qubit before the dephasing happens, which means that the amount of time you get to hold a qubit in a proper state will somehow dictate the kind of complexity of the algorithms that you will be able to run on each of those qubits. And this is the massive field of research and active engagement right now, how to improve the coherence, the fidelity, how to isolate the qubits from each other, etc., to really make sure that every qubit is able to contribute to the computation, and we are able to hold the qubits in the state for a reasonably long amount of time to run the meaningful operation. So all of these, calibration error, coherence, fidelity, crosstalk, gate fidelity, all of these contribute to the quantum number. Right now, coupling map is something that I've shown here. Right, coupling map is very important. Coupling map talks about how many qubits do I have in the system, and then based on how I have really etched them out on the circuit board, what is my possibility of entangling any qubit with somebody else. Our best case is I should be able to entangle any qubit with any qubit, but that is not how today's quantum computers are operating, because it can create a lot of noise. So every quantum computer will give you a map, and it will tell you which qubit can entangle with which of the qubits, so that you can use it accordingly in your calculations. Yeah, so then moving on to, I think I'm getting top of the time, so I'm just going to skip some of the steps here, folks. Getting on to the evolution. We are past the early years. Today we are building something called as near intermediate scale quantum computers, and where we will see the rise of early business applications, etc. And then moving on from there, what you will see is the universal fault tolerant machines. 15 years from now is what we are looking at right now. But those will be the machines where you will be able to have more than 1,000 qubits, etc. And they will really have high interqubit connectivity, and you should be able to do all mainstream and even not thought through applications at that point. Just a quick look at stack. You have different vendors, different stack. All of them are available for free usage right now, at least from the development perspective. If you really want to run a quantum program on a simulator on the back end, that is where different charging mechanisms will strike in. But all the development toolkits and the programming languages are free. So just feel free. I'll share the charts. Just feel free to go and Google all of these names, and you will get a view of all the development stack. Most of them are based on Python and R. So people who are conversant with those languages will have a little bit head start. So I'm just going to skip some of these steps, folks, in the interest of time. But you will have these available as a chart. So just know how the quantum program flow will look like. You will initialize the qubits. You will represent the problem using the superposition and entanglement. Then the problem, you will apply your quantum algorithm, which is nothing but an application of different gates to manipulate the qubit states and probabilities. You'll measure the end state, and you will repeat these steps a reasonable number of times to get the correct answer. That's how a program flow will look like. Remember that all quantum operations are reversible, which means that if you are given an answer and given a gate, you are always able to predict what the input was. This is not the case in classical computer. You can probably later on read into the narrative there. But it is quantum computing, only operations permissible are the ones which are reversible, and all quantum gates are self-reversible. So if you apply the same gate twice on a qubit, you will get the original input state back as an answer. Okay, so I think let me just close here, because there is again a lot of mathematical representation of how the gates will work, etc. Maybe later on. There are different steps that you can follow based on whether you are an academia or a student, versus if you are a startup versus you are a business. Different companies will have different approaches. The right way for you to start is to really Google the key terms that I gave in an earlier chart, and you will find their early starter offers. Based on your inclination, you could take any one of them. And if you are interested, especially on Azure Quantum, because Microsoft is the company that I represent right now, if you're interested on Azure Quantum, feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn, folks. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. It was really a very insightful session from your side. So we have got received a lot of questions a lot of questions related to the quantum computing, right? But due to the lack of time, we can't take all those questions, right? So definitely, I will send you all those questions, and I will email you, and we'll get the answers, and we will share with them in the community. But we can take at least 3 questions in the next 5 minutes, right? So I have some questions like one question that can be answered in a very short time. That is, can quantum computing bypass blockchain? That's
So two technologies not really interconnected right now, but there is an attempt to create a multi-party security on blockchain, which can become quantum proof. So the security mechanism that is used today in blockchain can potentially be broken by a quantum computer in next 10 years or so. So there is an intervention and effort today to create a scheme called as multi-party computing, which can sort of address some of zero proof algorithm security algorithms are also there, folks.
okay. Then we have another question from Yogita Jaswani. So in she mentioning quantum entanglement, is entanglement broken if the photon of the pair of entangled photons undergoes stimulated emission? So let me share
So
one
there are
second for confirmation.
lot of questions on those, folks. I mean, I am not a physicist, first of all. The point is, every paper that I read will give me a different indication of what exactly happens in an entangled pair. So there are going to be certain states in which the entangle may get broken, certain states in which the entanglement may not get broken. When we are talking about quantum computing, we are ensuring that the entangled qubits are within the same physical system. And so for us, controlling the entanglement and having an indication of breakage is very easy.
Okay. So here's the last question, which I found it's really somewhere related to your journey. So in this one, in this question, Harshada asked, "What is the best quantum circuit stimulator you have ever worked with, ma'am? And according to you, which is the existing quantum computer able to break the current 2020 blockchain encryption?" So that's it.
Yeah, so
Other
there is
questions
no
we can
quantum
take offline.
computer. Yeah, so there is no quantum computer right now, at least not attempted by researchers to break the blockchain algorithm security, right? You need more than, I think, 100 qubits. Shor's algorithm needs more than 100 qubits to really break the existing security protocol. Those kind of computers do not exist. The protocol and algorithm does exist. It's just a matter of time. The second part of your question was, I forgot the second part of your question, Yash. One was the blockchain. Yeah, the
First one is
simulator,
like,
right?
which is the best quantum simulator?
No, yeah, simulator, right? So so far I have worked with IBM Q and I have worked with Azure Quantum, right? So I find both of them very good. The advantage of IBM is that you have the actual physical computer available for you to play with on cloud for free today. The advantage of Microsoft's Q Sharp is it is integrated well into the Visual Studio. So if you are trying out a journey on writing a new quantum program, it's easier to get started there rather than on Qiskit. So both have got their pros and cons, folks.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. Like, there is a guy who is asking, like, named Adil. He's asking, can you help us with resources and a path to learn quantum computing? So it would be great if you can share it with us, ma'am, so we can share it with the community members. So if you can,
Yeah, so I have anyway shared the top level Google terms that you can use, and those are really the landing pages for different learning material. But if somebody is very specifically interested in finding out a course, etc., ask them to reach out to me on LinkedIn, etc. So based on their background, I can maybe advise the right course to take.
Okay, so I think this question is answered. So everyone, those who are looking for the resources, any of the guidance related to quantum computing, just go ping Shalaka ma'am on the LinkedIn. She will definitely help you out, right? So you can easily
Yes.
find it out on the LinkedIn. Even we can share her profile in the Telegram group in our community, so you guys can directly get connected. But don't flood with messages. Please do
Yeah.
relevant messages, right? Other questions we will ask for sure.
Ask specific
Thank you so much,
questions
ma'am,
and
for
I'll be
joining
able
us.
to do it. Okay, bye-bye. Thank you, everyone.
Exactly. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. It was really a nice session for joining. It's Shalaka ma'am's LinkedIn on the screen. You guys can check it out and can send a connection request and let us know that you are watching our session on the LETCON so she can accept your connection as soon as possible. Thank you. I'm signing off. We are upcoming with the next session with Mr. Rene. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for joining us. Bye.
Bye.
So here we have just a minute. Hi everyone. Hi Mr. Rene.
Hey, how's it
So,
going, Yash?
welcome you all. Hi. So thank you so much for joining us, Rene. So we had an amazing session on the quantum computing. Now we are going to dive into the world of the AR/VR with Mr. Rene. I think you already watched his teaser video in which he described about the HoloLens in a very
We have it
broad way.
here.
Actually, it increased my curiosity. Yeah, it's that's one. So thank you for joining us, Rene. So we are starting in the next 30 minutes, in just 30 seconds, right? So before that, let me just you can share your screen. We can.
Hello. Can you see my screen and can you hear me, first of all?
Yes, Rene, we can hear you as well as we can see your screen as well. So before we go further, let me give a small introduction about you. So audience, all those people, those who joined us. So Mr. Rene is a director of Wellround Reply and the innovation director and the research director for the Wellround Reply, and he has been Microsoft regional director and the most valuable professional awarded by Microsoft. And he is a very known personality in the field of AR VR, and he really works in a very deep dive into the AR VR. So he's going to discuss about his experience with the with both of these emerging technologies. And that's it from my side, Mr. Rene. It's over to you now. Stage is yours, audience is yours. Thank you. I'm signing off.
Thank you for the introduction. All right. So, hey, welcome to the session of spatial computing and the AR cloud. The next wave of computing is here. And so what we're going to talk about, well, is spatial computing, all things augmented and virtual reality, and a few more things. And of course, I will explain to you why I'm using this term called spatial computing and how it plays with personal computing and all of that stuff. Then we will talk about use cases. So I will show you a couple of use cases like digital twin experiences. Then I will show you one of our implementations of immersive telepresence, where we can stream 3D volumetric video real time. I will also show how we can integrate AI directly on the HoloLens for object recognition. Think about intelligent edge scenarios, right? And then we will talk about remote rendering, how we can take huge 3D models with hundreds of millions of polygons and render them on a mobile device like the HoloLens. And then, last but not least, we will talk quite a bit about the AR cloud, the augmented reality cloud, this digital copy of our whole physical world, and how we can interact with that, right? A few words about myself. Like mentioned, my name is Rene. I'm Director of Global Innovation at Wellround Reply, and basically lead research and incubation efforts here. We have been part of the Microsoft HoloLens program since 2015, so doing a lot of AR and VR even before that. And again, strong partnership with Microsoft for HoloLens development. Just to be clear, Wellround Reply is not just doing HoloLens. We're doing all a couple of different things, a lot of focus on the Microsoft stack, but really ranging from the backend like Azure Cloud Computing, data analytics, all these things over to the front end side of the house, which includes classic application development, modern web apps, and of course, like I mentioned, AR and VR applications, which I'm quite focused on, but also AI and deep learning, right, is one of the many topics that I cover. I'm also a Microsoft Regional Director and MVP. These are community awards that Microsoft provides to independent experts that share their knowledge. So I don't work for Microsoft, but I've got these awards because I do a lot of conference talks, open source projects. I have my own, contribute to others. Basically a lot of community involvement there. And I'm also an advisor for the VR and AR Association as well as the XR Bootcamp. But anyway, let's get started. And I hope you can see my screen now. If we can, yeah, if you can make exactly, let's use this layout. Perfect. All right, so let's get started talking about spatial computing and how this terminology actually came about, right? And so when we talk about spatial computing, let's start with personal computing. And as you might know, in the 70s, 80s, then really in the 90s, and maybe later on, a lot of people had personal computers, and personal computers became a thing people had at their home, right? And really, in the 90s and then in the 2000s, really it became the big hype when all these computers became interconnected, right? We had the internet, and then we had Web 2.0, where we had the rise of user-created content, and that really democratized like content sharing, right? And that is, of course, a huge milestone when it comes to personal computing, right? Well, and shortly after that, well, let's say 10 to 20 years, something like that, we had the smartphones, right? And this is like the next wave. This is mobile computing, right? And here you can see a BlackBerry from 2002, one of the earliest smartphones. And then, of course, it really took off when 2007, the first iPhone came out, and then Android and all the other platforms. And we all have these multi-touch devices, right, in our pockets these days. We've had probably more computing power than the first PCs, or like, 90s PCs have less computing power than smartphones we have in our pockets these days. And that's really the dominant computing platform, is mobile computing. And especially thanks to 4G and now with 5G on the horizon, or actually already here, I have a 5G device, for example. So, these kind of computing is, of course, highly, highly interesting. And after mobile computing, we're now entering the age of spatial computing, where we have devices that can sense the world around us. And this could even be smartphones, right? I mean, they have a wide range of cameras on the back. And thanks to artificial intelligence, AI, and computer vision, they can sense the world around us, right? They're spatially aware. And that also is, of course, very relevant for virtual reality devices. So here you can see one of the first development kits from Oculus. And of course, you're fully immersed, right? You're wearing this device. You don't see the outside world around you. You just see the fully virtual world. But still, these devices need to sense their surroundings, because if you move your head or if you walk around, you don't want to bump into a wall, right? So they need to be spatially aware. And of course, most importantly, devices like the HoloLens, which I also have here, they have a bunch of sensors, right? You can see all these cameras on the top, and here's a depth camera in it. And so they can sense the surroundings, they can sense the world around us, and then, bring in virtual overlays into these semi-transparent displays, right? So if these semi-transparent displays, and you can see virtual overlays on top of that in the context of the real world, right? And if you look at the video, you, for example, could see Apollo 11 moon landing in your own space, right? On your own table at home. Because again, this device can sense the world, it's spatially aware, it performs spatial computing with your surroundings, with your environment, and then can bring in these kind of sceneries virtually in your own environment, right? And of course, that's huge, right? That's quite a big milestone here, of course. And, that's the things we're going to talk about, spatial computing with devices like a HoloLens 2, but also mobile computing devices that are also spatial computing devices, right? The HoloLens was actually already in space. So here you can see a video of astronaut Scott Kelly using the HoloLens up on the International Space Station. And what they were doing is they were using an application called Sidekick, which provided ground control with the live stream from the HoloLens camera, here, this front and center camera. And so they could see on ground control what Scott Kelly was seeing live, and they could even draw into his space, like, could show him, okay, move this needle, do this kind of things, and give him instructions, like remote assistance. And that is, of course, very interesting because, like I mentioned, the device is spatially aware, right? It knows where it is, and it can reconstruct the environment, so they can draw on top of that and can reconstruct it. And that is, of course, very exciting, again, if we think about all the possibilities that these kind of head-mounted devices provide us. But again, it could also be this device kind of category when we talk about spatial computing. It could also be this kind of device category. It's a bunch of different device form factors, but all of them go under the umbrella of spatial computing. Devices that are spatially aware using advanced algorithms like AI, computer vision to sense the world around them and make things with it, right? Back to Earth. The AR cloud, we're going to talk about later on a bit more. Just a quick teaser here. What is that? And so the AR cloud, the augmented reality cloud, is basically a digital content layer on top of our real physical world, right? So like I mentioned, these devices, right, they have all these cameras and computer vision AI. And so if, we use them, walk around, we can do things like you can see in the video, reconstruct the world around us, right? So here they can reconstruct the think about as a machine readable map that can be understood with computer vision, right? And then we can do things like this. What you can see on the video is like we can use this reference computer vision map of our real world to place objects in there, to place virtual objects in there, which can be persisted, right? So I can share them across devices and over time because I have my digital content layer with the AR cloud. But more about that later. Let's first of all talk about some use cases that we developed for spatial computing. And one of them is about digital twins. And I guess a lot of you are probably familiar with what a digital twin is. But just to make sure we're all on the same page, let me explain that for a second. So basically, a digital twin is a digital replica of a real world entity. And that could be anything, right? That could be your company's organizational structure. That could be for example, I don't know, right? A machine, an engine, a facility, a building, whatever, right? You have a digital copy of that. And typically, as a basis of that, you use a 3D model, right? And as you can see here on the slide, we have this kind of real jet engine there, like on the bottom, right? So the real jet engine on the bottom here. And then on the top, we have a 3D model, right? And so we can use that 3D model and enhance it with real-time sensor data, IoT sensor data from the actual jet engine, right? So the jet engine provides us sensor information constantly. And instead of having to look it up on a table, right, where we see all the IoT sensor values and all of that, we can actually project it right on top of the 3D model on our digital twin. And so we get real-time insights much faster and can do a couple of other amazing things here with this information. Of course, much better insight, right? All right, market research company Gartner is basically labeling digital twins as a transformational technology. This is the highest benefit rating they have. You might say transformational, other people say disruptive, but definitely huge impact. And they're estimating a ton of potential here. And we're actually also seeing that working with our clients. And what you can see here is a video of our application we built for Microsoft called the Microsoft digital twin experience, right? And so let me roll the video and explain to you what you can see here. So as you can see, the lady, first of all, is using a HoloLens, and she's positioning a digital twin of that chemical plant right on her desk, right? So we have this chemical plant, we have a 3D model of it, and we have a bunch of sensors in that chemical plant, right? So here you can see the sensor digital twin positions, locations in the actually digital twin, right? So these here are actually real sensors in the real factory, in the real chemical plant, right? And so we visualize them here on the 3D model, therefore it's a digital twin, and here you can actually see the temperature, humidity, and the sensor readings from these sensor boxes, right? So we have this first part that I mentioned before, like where we can see real-time IoT sensor data with much better insights, right? And there's also actually a second part of that experience, which you're about to see now. So see the blue sensor box on the bottom, right? So this is the actually sensor box that you will also find in the factory and in the chemical plant, right? And now see how the lady is actually opening it and repairing. And so we have the second part with a digital twin of the actually sensor box as well. And with that, we can show training instructions. We can show how to repair it, how to reassemble it, and so on and so forth, right? So very useful because, even if you're not familiar with how to repair it, you can quickly learn it because you see it in 3D overlaid using the HoloLens display, right? You see the real world and you see these virtual overlays on top of them, right? I have not mentioned much about the HoloLens. I mentioned the sensors, I mentioned the displays. There's of course much more ongoing as well. So it can also understand hand tracking. So you can move your hands and tap and do other hand gestures, and it will recognize that thanks to computer vision again. And it does all of that standalone. So it's fully untethered. There's no cable here, right? It does not use a computer. It is a computer. You're wearing a Windows 10 PC on your head, basically. It does all the computing on the device, right? And there's a battery pack on here. So all of that is done on the device. And therefore, it's actually also a mobile device, but of course, a little bit different form factor. And again, spatial computing. Microsoft calls these devices mixed reality. You can also say augmented reality. But again, I'm loving the term spatial computing as an umbrella term for all these different device categories. What is most important is really we can sense the world around us with these devices and make great things with that, right? And it could be even a mobile phone. All right, let's talk about another example. What I wanted to show you is HoloBeam, our immersive telepresence solution. And what HoloBeam is doing is it's using a 3D camera like an Kinect, like an Azure Kinect or Intel RealSense. And these cameras provide us not just the color, not just the RGB information, but also the depth information, the distance to each object, right? So how far is it away? And so we take that color plus depth data with HoloBeam, and we can stream that over just a normal internet connection at full HD. And on the other side, you can then see the other person in 3D as a 3D kind of a hologram, right? And so in this video, this was actually part of a Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella's keynote at one of the previous Inspire conferences, where they have shown our solution, right? So you have the typical setup here, the kind of a meeting setup, and now you can see there's also a virtual, participant there. And this gentleman is, of course, not physically present in that space. We're using our HoloBeam solution here, right? So he's sitting in front of these 3D cameras, like I mentioned, like this depth camera, the Azure Kinect in this case here. And with HoloBeam, we can take the data, compress it, and can stream it over normal internet connection. On the other side, like the lady, she's wearing a HoloLens and can then see this person as a 3D hologram. I sometimes also call it Skype on steroids, right? You see the other person as a 3D video instead of a 2D video, because with these devices, you have stereo 3D, right? You have one for the right and one for the left eye. And what you can also see in the video, we can also bring in 3D models, right? So we can collaborate on content with it. And what you can see there is actually also a smart 3D model is a digital twin of a building. And you see these little green sticks there. And these are actually temperature sensors in that building, right? And so think about these two people, they need to solve an issue. And that gentleman could be a remote expert, right? That knows about this technology, but he cannot travel there, whatever reason, right? Maybe COVID. But, he doesn't have to travel. He can participate. They can see each other as a 3D hologram instead of some weird comic avatar. They can see each other as they really are and can collaborate on 3D content. All right, so let me show you a quick demo. I actually prepared a live demo, but as you can see, I'm a little bit injured here. Nothing really too serious, but it's just a little bit tough to use a mouse. So what I did is I recorded a demo before, and I'm going to play that back now. So if you can just make the slide full screen, and then you can see the demo as it would look like with the demo of HoloBeam as a virtual bridge. Take a look. What I'm going to show you is a new solution we're developing where, if you don't have such a device like the HoloLens available for viewing capabilities, we're also thinking about other approaches. And since, a lot of people are using this typical video streaming and meeting solutions like, Skype or Teams, what you can see here now on my screen, or, Zoom and so on, right? We figured, okay, let's go where the people are and let's have a HoloBeam virtual bridge. So what you can see here is the devices setting screen of Teams, on my Teams call here, basically. And I can select different cameras I have here on my device, right? And look at this. We have a HoloBeam bridge right in here. And that is pretty amazing because this allows us to basically bring in HoloBeam content, bring in the HoloBeam rendering into any meeting solution, right? Your favorite meeting solution, if you will. All right, so let me switch to the HoloBeam bridge here, and now you can see my HoloBeam view. There it is. And let me actually move the microphone out of the way so that it's not like in front of me. But yeah, as you can see, full 3D environment. This is HoloBeam running right here. And I can also interact with our nice UI. And of course, as you can see, it's really 3D, right? So you can see me in 3D here. And again, I'm just, having called in a normal online video conference, a 2D video conferencing system. And again, space here. Like I said, we also have models. I can, bring in these models. I can, move them around, do all the fancy things, and basically integrate HoloBeam if you don't have any like HoloLens tool, right?
to get into still the meaning of the solution in a 2D fashion. All right, so that was live demo. So let me quickly switch back to my slide deck.
There we are. So I guess it makes sense. We could actually also use any other meeting tool, like I mentioned. We could use StreamYard. I could switch the virtual camera there. I could show you HoloBeam. That was the plan, but this thing happened in between. But again, don't worry about it. So let's go on. The HoloLens is, of course, an amazing device where you have this like 3D capabilities and you can see stereo 3D. But sometimes you might not want to wear something on top of your head. You don't want to have a head-mounted device, right? And so there are other solutions like this here. You can see in the video this kind of volumetric video display. And this is a device called a looking glass. And as you can see, it can show you 3D content without having to wear any special glasses. Like you don't have to wear any 3D stereo glasses, not like in the movie cinema where you have to put on these, polarized kind of glasses. Nothing. You just like use this device. By the way, here in the back, you can also see the Azure Connect. So this is the 3D camera, right, that is capturing me real time, which I can then show with HoloBeam on top of the looking glass as well. You might notice it has a little bit limited viewing angle when I rotate my camera around it. It also has limited resolution. This is just a 9-inch version I have here. But, promising software and, promising hardware, of course. Because look at this. This is their newly announced 8K version of the looking glass. And, well, that's quite large. And, look at the detail. I mean, again, no extra glasses needed, nothing. You have this display and you can just look at it. Of course, this is quite expensive. Nothing for the typical consumer these days, but just give it a few more years, right? We're reaching this time where we will see more and more of these devices becoming more feasible and more approachable for anyone to buy, right? So a promising time in terms of like different viewing capabilities using this kind of 3D technology. Okay, so what we're about to see now is pretty exclusive kind of a preview of something I'm working on. Well, think about I don't have to use a 3D camera like a Kinect and a PC, which is required at the moment, but I can actually use a mobile phone as my streaming device, as my 3D capturing device. And thanks to the progress we see, more and more devices on the market, like I have a Samsung S20 Plus 5G here, which has a depth camera already built into the camera module. It has a time of flight camera, a similar technology like the Kinect is using, right? Also similar technology like the iPad Pro has built in. They just call it LiDAR. And it's a little bit messed up at the moment with all the terminology, but basically the iPad Pro also uses a time of flight camera. And what they do with this, it shoots out a bunch of laser rays and measured how long it takes to come back, and this is how they can estimate the depth. Long story short, we see more and more devices with built-in depth cameras. So why not actually use that for 3D streaming of that? And so what you can see here is actually recorded directly on a HoloLens. So now I'm wearing a HoloLens, but what I see is the hood of a car that is somewhere else, and someone is holding a phone. In fact, it's one of my daughters that is holding this phone, and so she's streaming what she's doing in front of the car to me. And I can see the scene, not in 2D as you can see in the video here. No. But with this kind of device, I can see that content in 3D stereo. So I can sense the situation much better, right? And here you can see this is just the phone that is streaming 3D into my HoloLens here in real time. A very early preview we're working on, of course, you can see some glitches there and some lagging, but very promising because I don't have to have a crazy expensive setup. I can just use like a mobile phone for remote assistance scenarios, right? You have a guy like pointing, or a lady pointing this device at something, and then you have a remote expert wearing a stereo device where they can see the scene in 3D and then can just interact with it and can help to troubleshoot issues, right? There's, of course, also a lot of progress happening in the world of computer vision when it comes to depth estimation and other things. And so what you can see here is a pretty impressive new paper that was released at the CVPR conference, where it just takes a single photo, right? The photo on the left here in this example, and it will generate a 3D model for me out of that. Of course, it misses one important feature. Look at this. But of course, it has not seen it. It just sees it from front of me. But still super impressive. One photo and you get this 3D model out of it, right? Now think about the use cases, right? In the future, we might not need to use depth cameras. We might get away with estimation using AI deep learning models, right? Of course, there will always be room for depth cameras, best quality, and of course you need training data for these models and so on and so forth. But yeah, super promising future here in terms of what is happening with depth estimation in the world of computer vision, right? Speaking of AI, let me show you something more. Like I hinted at, let's talk about if I could run an AI object recognition model directly on the device, right? So I put it on like this, right? So I could put it on like this, and it would tell me what I can see in front of myself, right? And that's what I built here. So what I did is I used a service called customvision.ai, where I can upload a bunch of photos, give them a label, train a deep learning model, and then I can export that as different formats. And one of the formats I can export such a pre-trained model is called ONNX or ONNX. And I can take this ONNX pre-trained deep learning model, put that on a Windows 10 machine. Like I said, the HoloLens is also a Windows 10 machine. Load the model on here and then run the evaluation, like using the pre-trained model directly on the device without having to, have a internet connection or something. So it does object recognition on the device. And that's what you're about to see here.
This might be a car wheel 3.5 meter in front of you.
So it tells you what it is and how far it is away, right?
This might be a match.
So again, and this is using a deep learning model I pre-trained with custom images, and it runs, this here is actually recorded on the HoloLens 1. What I have here is a HoloLens 2. It runs like 10 times faster on the HoloLens 2. And that is even better, right? So I can take a photo basically from the HoloLens camera, run it through my deep learning model. It tells me what the object is, and I can just use that information for, doing whatever I want with it. For example, here I'm using text-to-speech to output what the user is seeing in front of them. So you might wonder, why would I need that? I know what a hammer is. I know what a power drill is, right? But think about scenarios where you have specialized tools, right? Where you need to train stuff on some specialized tools that are not just common, right? They can just put on a HoloLens and do their own training procedure. Or they could, think about, you go to IKEA and buy a package, right? You take that package with you at home, just put on a HoloLens, tells you, recognizes what kind of stuff you bought, and then shows you holographic instructions on top of it. I would say that's exciting. All right, let's make a break here and talk about remote rendering and large-scale digital twins. And I will tell you why I call it large-scale digital twins, right, in a moment. But let's start with this. So what you're seeing here in this video is a recording that was done straight on the HoloLens. Again, right, I was wearing the HoloLens, and then you can record what you're experiencing. But the recording you do in such a way has a bunch of issues. It's lagging. You also see the overlay is not perfect and sometimes a little bit jittering. To be clear, if you wear the HoloLens and experience this, you don't see any of those issues. They're just fine. It's just part of the video recording. And of course, I can only show you the video recording here. Anyway, what you're seeing here is a 3D model that is 18.7 million polygons. And that's a very, very big model, in fact. Generally speaking, like the HoloLens is a mobile device. It can typically render 100 to 200,000 polygons as a 3D model. Everything beyond that is a little bit too much. And so, but how can I render such a model which has 19 million polygons, you might wonder? Well, this is using a technology called Azure Remote Rendering, where I actually render this complex 3D model, not on the device itself, but actually in the cloud, on one of these powerful Azure GPU virtual machines. So it renders the 3D model there, taking the input from the HoloLens, right? So it takes the input from the HoloLens, like the head rotation, head movement, hand input, all of that data is being sent into cloud, where it renders the complex 3D model based on the input, streams back the result for the left and the right eye, and then composes that correctly on the client side. And as you can see here, it doesn't even take a lot of bandwidth. It just takes, like in my test, your 20 megabit per second. And it could be, they recommended 50 to 100 Mbit per second as the recommended bandwidth you should have for downstream. But in my test, it wasn't even that much. But again, think about 5G, right, in the future. And that is huge, because you might wonder, why should I care about that? Well, if you're dealing with 3D content, and if you're working with professional services and enterprises, they typically have CAD models, computer-aided design models of their products of their stuff they're building. And these are very complex. They're in this range of like a few million polygons. And so it was impossible to render these directly on mobile devices like a HoloLens. And what we had to do is we had to do a manual reduction of these 3D models, like throwing out some details like, some small bolts or screws and things like that. And that is very time and resource and cost intensive, of course. And the second part is you're losing information in the end, right? And so with this kind of technology, with Azure Remote Rendering, we don't have to do that. We can take the CAD model as it is, and we can build a digital twin of it without having to do any work extra on the 3D model, right? And that's, of course, super exciting in that case. And sometimes you might not have a 3D model. You might not have a CAD model, but then you can use technology like photogrammetry. This is a technology where you take hundreds or thousands of photos from different angles from an object. Like in this video, it's the Pincio sculptures in Rome in Italy. And then you run it through software like reality capture, and then it gives you a 3D model of all these, kind of data, and reconstructs a 3D model out of that. And these are also typically very high polygon models. And with this technology, again, we can take this model and just render it as it is, right? And again, this allows us to create digital twins much easier, much faster, much cheaper, of course. But also, if you're looking at the vision here, if you see the future a little bit, I mean, this device is still quite bulky, right? It's still quite big. What we probably want in the future is like this kind of size. I mean, that's the kind of glasses we want to wear, right? Now think about with this remote rendering and offloading of the heavy lifting of processing into the cloud, and then 5G combined, where we can stream all of that with low latency. That might just happen in the next couple of years, right? And that's exciting. All right. Some of you might recognize the potato of our times here in this video. That's the SARS-CoV-2 coronavirus, right? And this 3D model is not down to the atomic level, but pretty close to it, right? You can see the spike proteins, the purple ones there, and to quite a nice detailed level, right? And so this kind of technology is, of course, super relevant when we think about these scientific visualizations, right? And so, yeah, exciting time to be working in that space where we can see Azure remote rendering and other things on the market. Alrighty, so let's talk about the AR Cloud, which I hinted already, and the implementation we're going to talk about is, of course, Azure Spatial Anchors. But first of all, why should you care about it? Well, our friends at Gartner also labeled the AR Cloud as a transformational technology, right? And just to recap what this is, it's a digital content layer on top of our physical world, right? And if we look at this video, it explains it quite nicely. So you see all these gentlemen, they all have a smartphone in their hand. And what they're doing is they're walking in that office, right? They're walking around there, and each of them is capturing a little part of the office. You see they're doing like a 3D scanning. So each of them is generating a little puzzle piece, right? Just a tiny piece of that whole office. And the power of the AR Cloud is really this, like where we can bring all of these siloed 3D captures together to have a full copy of the whole office, not just from one device's view, but from many. And so we get a whole digital twin, we get a whole digital content layer of that office in the space. And now if we take a look at all the devices that are out there, I mentioned mobile devices, right? They're like on Android here, you have AR Core. On an iOS, you have AR Kit, right? These advanced augmented reality capabilities that are built into these phones. And if we combine those, we have over 1 billion devices with advanced AR capabilities. And Azure Spatial Anchors supports all of them. They support Android, iOS, HoloLens 1 and 2. And so we have all of these immense devices out there. And if we combine all of that data, we get a digital content layer, a digital copy of our whole world, which we can use. We can use that for referencing virtual points in the real world, right? Where we can bring in, we can position, we can anchor virtual content, right? And this is why this is called a spatial anchor, right? We have this machine-readable map of our physical world, and we can anchor virtual content on top of it, right? And so here in the video, you can see where I tried out Azure Spatial Anchors, and I was using my, this was a Samsung S8 phone, first of all. So this is a screen recording on the Android phone where I create this kind of anchor, right? I create such a spatial anchor on the device, but now comes the part where you can see a first-person view recording of the HoloLens again. So what I did is, on the Android, I created an anchor, uploaded it to the Azure Spatial Anchor service, ASA, then downloaded that anchor on my HoloLens, And thanks to the amazing work they did, it matches into the tracking system, into the spatial understanding of the HoloLens. And so we can see the same virtual content, like the company logo signage here, at the exact same location, with the right position and the right orientation, the same pose. And that is down to centimeter range precision. So this tells you this is not using GPS, this is not using Wi-Fi fingerprinting, Bluetooth beacons, anything of that. It's using computer vision. So it's analyzing the camera frames, which I'm going to explain you in the next slides. But basically, this is awesome because I can share virtual content across different device categories even, right? Head-mounted device with a mobile phone to see the same reference. This is awesome. So we can share across devices and we can share over time, which is even nicer. So here in this video, I was in Seattle at the Pike Place Market, and I created such a spatial anchor there, right? I put in the anchor with the virtual signage again, the company logo, and then a few days later, I came back and, relocalized, basically. So moved my phone around so that it found, okay, I'm here in the same spot again. As you can see, after a few seconds, it showed me the same content. And you can really see it was a different day because it was raining when I created the anchor on the floor. You can see the wet floor, and then it dried up, which also tells you this is quite a challenge. If you have done computer vision before, you know this is tough because you have so much different feature information all over the place, right? But I was so surprised that Azure Spatial Anchors can still do that, right? And that's awesome, and that's one of the unique value properties of Azure Spatial Anchors. You can save these anchors throughout time as long as you want. If you look at Google Cloud Anchors, they will be deleted after 24 hours, right? Or if you look at ARKit Location Anchors, the new stuff in ARKit 4, you can only set them at predefined cities. So it doesn't work like everywhere you want. And with ASA, I can create these anchors wherever I want and as long as I want. So you might wonder, how does it work? And what about all the privacy constraints? Because I don't want to have all these camera data being uploaded into cloud, right? Me neither. And the good news is Microsoft is not uploading any camera data from your phone. It's all locally processed on your device. And they only extract the relevant information and upload that to the cloud. So what you can see here in this little clip is on the left-hand side, that's an office at Microsoft. And on the right-hand side, you see the kind of data that is being extracted from the real-world scenery, right? So these rectangles with the red dots, these are the camera frames, right? This shows you how the device moves through the scene. And these green dots, this collection of green dots, these are so-called feature points. These are feature descriptors. And this is the relevant information of that scenery that is actually being extracted locally on the device from the camera data. And only that set of feature points, only these green dots are being uploaded. And they basically define your spatial anchor. They define your unique location in the real world, right? And if you then come back later on at the same spot, do the same thing, right? You move your phone, it probably gets a similar set of feature points or actually a slightly different one, right? Of course, it will never be the same set of feature points. But as long as they're close enough, the spatial hash will match and it knows, okay, you're in the same location again, right? All right, so I started 10 minutes later, so I will need 10 more minutes here, but I think it's worth it because we were actually going to show you a lot of use cases now to make this abstract concept a little bit more feasible, right? And so what are some of the use cases? So we built, for example, an application for these collaborative design reviews. And here you can see a demo video of that app. So first of all, this is recorded with a screen recording on an Android phone. And what you see the gentleman doing is he's scanning a little bit that space, right? Capturing information, gathering these feature points so that he can create an anchor, that he has enough information to create such an anchor. Right now you see this visual for the anchor. And now take a look at the lady. She's also moving her phone and she's using an iPhone. And she's localizing the same anchor the gentleman created. And now they're sharing the same reference location, the same anchor data is being shared between them, right? What we also integrated is cloud storage. So you can load a 3D model from your cloud storage, like OneDrive in this example, and then bring in this 3D model. And you can see it together collaboratively. And we also support real-time interactions. So you can actually move that model around. And you can see at a 1-to-1 scale, how would that fit in, right? And this is a consumer use case here. But again, think about professional use cases, right? You have a new product, you have a new engine, machine. You can try it out in 1-to-1 in augmented reality. And more importantly, share it with all these different people across devices and over time. You can save it in the spot, basically. And so here you can see that actually in action where I saved a session before and then I'm loading that. So what you can see here is the app I've just shown you, which we're about to open source, by the way. And you can now load that session anchor. So I can scan in front of my house here. Whoop, it found the anchor quickly and shows me the 3D model I attached to it, right? And what you can see there, well, that's a kind of a 3D capturing of this wooden Easter bunny. And so you might wonder, how did I capture that? How did I create the 3D model? Well, you guessed it, maybe with my mobile phone, because this is having the depth camera, the time of flight camera, and I created this 3D model just by walking around the real wooden Easter bunny sculpture for half a minute or so, right? Rotated my phone around it and had this amazing 3D model. And that's awesome because we can solve the content creation problem where, you know, creating 3D models takes time and money. And so we can create, for a certain degree, of course, right? It all has limitations, but definitely for a good degree, very realistic models by just capturing them. And we can do this with mobile devices. And then we can take these 3D scans, make a digital twin out of that. And, you know, real-time interact and do all these amazing things. So huge business value for fast content creation, right? All right. You could also, of course, if we think about IoT, you can position like a real-time IoT dashboard. So instead of having to look at a complex control room panel, you can just see it on site at the machine with a virtual dashboard that you put there with an anchor, right? You see real-time data, you could see historic data, and so on. A more of a consumer use case, think about the whole world becomes our canvas. We can draw anywhere. We can put stuff anywhere we want. And so what we could do here is, for example, I could put virtual content. And so you have this graffiti here, which is super nice, but it's kind of ruined by this public parking sign, right? And so we could bring in a virtual objects on top of that, position that with an anchor. And so we could bring in our good old friend Clippy, and we can have Clippy in 3D now. Woohoo! I hope I'm not showing my age here, and a few of you still know what Clippy is, but basically it was a kind of a virtual assistant that Microsoft had as part of Windows in the 90s. But joke aside, I mean, this is very significant and relative if we think about all these social media applications. Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, all of them have these AR filters, right? They have face filters and they also have these augmented reality filters where you can put content in the real world. And what you can do at the moment only is you can take a photo or you can take a video of it and share it with your friends. That's all. But what we really want is, or a lot of people want is, they want to put this content virtually in the real world and leave it there and then tell their friends, hey, go to this spot. I left like a 3D model there. I left some cool stuff over there, right? And guess what? Of course, all these companies are working on it. And so here you can see Snapchat local lenses. They just announced it at the Snapchat Partner Summit that they're supporting local lenses. And that's exactly this kind of thing where you can say the whole world becomes my canvas, which I'm talking about since over a year. And this is becoming a reality rather soon, right? And so you see that will be integrated in Snapchat. They're using their own AR Cloud implementation, not Azure Spatial Anchors, as far as I know. But definitely exciting stuff. And you see there's so much push in the industry to work on that. Like I mentioned, all the big players are working on it. Like all the social media platforms, Facebook with Live Maps, Snapchat, you have Apple, Google, Microsoft, all of them, and a lot of startups working in that space on AR Cloud solutions, right? Here's another example. Think about time machine portals, right? Which I'm experimenting at the moment. This is not from myself. This is from a friend of mine from Japan. And you see he has this historic video of Japan 100 years ago. And so you could put that in augmented reality and you can even place it with an anchor and leave it there. And you can create very engaging visitor experiences and tourist attractions over there, right? Having this kind of time machine portal into the past at the real location at the one-to-one scale. And, I just like, it just keeps on inspiring me because if I think about AI and what we can do these days, like enhance these videos, make these old videos maybe even colored and even use depth estimation, right? Like shifting the depth a little bit out. And yeah, there's so much potential there. All right. Last few blocks here before we're done is about wayfinding. And so I just talked about you can put these anchors in the real world, right? But what if I connect them? And that's basically also supported with Azure Spatial Anchors. If you have one of these sessions and you create one anchor and you create the next anchor, you can actually connect them with each other. And therefore, it allows you to do wayfinding scenarios, right? Now, think about this. There's a factory, a machine is failing, and there's a lady or gentleman in the control room, and they see a blinking LED. Oh, machine XYZ is failing. What they have to do at the moment is they need to look through a lot of paper, like books and instructions, and maybe even have to figure out the blueprint, how to repair it, all of that. Now imagine if we would empower them with this modern technology. They could use their smartphone or put on the HoloLens, right? Well, if I get it to put on the HoloLens, right? And it recognizes what they're seeing in front of them. Oh, with AI object recognition, recognizes what kind of is failing, what kind of machine is failing. Then it will load dynamically the matching wayfinding information that would guide the user to the machine, right? Think about, like, if I wear this device, I see like green arrows on the floor, right, that guide me to the machine. And then on the machine, I can see these repair instructions overlaid, right, as a hologram, like I've shown you before with these sensor box, right? And so you can see how to repair that much, much faster. And that could save a ton of money, right? I mean, if some of these facilities shut down just for a few seconds, it costs 100,000 of euros, right, or dollars. And so, yeah, huge business value here. All right. One of the last few things I wanted to show you is this here, which I'm really excited about. This is a project from Microsoft, part of their AI for Good initiative, called Seeing AI. And this is really just a reference location in the real world. What I've shown you, the virtual content on top of that, doesn't matter. It could not be just virtual, it could also be audio content. And so there's a technology called spatial sound, where you can actually hear where a sound is coming from. So think about, you're wearing like stereo headsets, and then you can hear a certain sound, and your brain can process that and figure out, okay, it's in this direction, it's that far, and so on and so forth. And that's being leveraged in this application for navigating a blind person. And take a look at the video, and hope you enjoy it.
Navigate to my next meeting.
Your next meeting is with Juliet in Studio C. Would you like me to guide you?
Yes.
Are you starting from the lobby of Studio C?
Yes.
Pan your phone to map the room. Follow the audio breadcrumbs to conference room 1200.
Where can I sit?
Pan your phone to map the room. Table at 12 o'clock, empty seat located at 11 o'clock.
Hey, glad you're here. Let's get started.
That is awesome. I love this because we're using modern technology, AI object recognition, computer vision, all of the great stuff to build and solve issues we have been facing for centuries, decades, or forever, right? We can build inclusive and diverse environments thanks to modern technology. And that really gets me pumped and, to be excited to be working in this space, right? And it's just an amazing time, right? We have all these devices. And again, a lot of you probably already have a spatial computing devices in their pocket, right? And then, we get these more head-mounted devices, with the next generation, if you will, of spatial computing devices that will be becoming more consumer-friendly in the future, cheaper and so on, right? And it's an exciting time to working in the space where we have these amazing devices. We have the algorithms with AI, computer vision, all of that plays a role. And also, my previous speaker here, like what she was saying about quantum computing, right? That's also one of my interest areas. Like, think about it. It will take a little bit longer, of course, but we can solve issues that are just unsolvable at the moment. Because we have also spatial computing devices. We have the reference map of the real world, the AR cloud, and can do awesome stuff. And that will really change how we interact with computers and the world around us. All right. Thanks for your attention. You can see my name here, so feel free to connect on LinkedIn. I keep on sharing these concepts and other stuff all the time on my social media channels. You also see my Twitter handle there, so feel free to follow. And again, I keep on sharing that kind of stuff there as well. Thanks for your time. I think we might do a quick Q&A, or if not, I don't mind. You can also reach out, like I mentioned. Be safe, my friends, and take care.
Thanks, Rini, for joining in. It was like one of the amazing sessions that I have attended in my entire life journey.
Thank you.
it was great, like really commendable. The videos that we saw and the way that you presented it, I see the chats is full and full of comments of people saying like this is actually amazing and futuristic.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for such an amazing session. We have received phenomenal questions for this session, and hence I had, requested you for 5-10 minutes. But we'll take these questions. These are actually good, and I believe this will help a lot of people. So the first question goes is which language to begin for AR development?
Yeah. So a lot of the tooling these days is based. Well, let me use it, phrase it a little bit differently. And so what we're doing in the end is 3D application development, right? We're building 3D games or 3D applications, and there are so-called 3D game engines or engines in short. And the two major ones are Unity and Unreal. And most of the stuff you have seen was built with Unity. And so you can use Unity 3D. Actually, the good news is you can download it for free, in fact, and get started and don't have to pay anything. And the programming language that is most being used for, scripting kind of is C#, right? So a lot of the programming is done with C# in that world using Unity. A lot of people use Unreal. There it is C++. But the majority of people in the AR VR world really use Unity because it's cross-platform as well.
Great. Amazing. Thanks. The next question is, can our dreams be depicted virtually using AR to others? This is a very interesting question.
That is a very interesting one. Well, there are the brain-computer interfaces also being developed. You might have seen them before, right? There are like pieces where you can put them on like a little headband, and they can sense they can sense what you're thinking. Of course, super early, but give it 10 more years, and then we might have that integrated in here, right? You don't even have to do any gesture or anything like that. It just knows what you're about to do. Might happen. We'll see how that turns out, and we will also see how that is being accepted by consumers, right?
Amazing. I had just seen this particular concept in a cartoon, which is very famous in India. It's called Doraemon, and I've seen that using one of his gadgets. So I'd be excited to see this in real life. Third is out of a topic question. Can we see Jarvis before we die?
Yeah, probably. Maybe not all of the features, but most of them, I guess.
Great. Okay. And good question again. How spatial computing is different from quantum computing?
Yeah. Oh, that's a whole different. Like, spatial computing is really, like I mentioned, defined by using sensor data of the devices and sensing the world around us. So again, mobile phones with the camera, you run the camera frames through the kind of processing with AI computer vision, and it will tell you, what kind of objects you have around you. Or like sophisticated devices like the head-mounted device, like the HoloLens. You see again all these sensors here, right? And so they are spatially aware. They are aware of their surroundings, right? When we talk about quantum computing, it's a whole different way of performing computing, right? Of course, these devices all have classic computer chips in here. Quantum computing is a whole different level of new computing using quantum mechanics and, very recent research facilities. Of course, at some point, it will probably all be combined in the end, right? But that takes many more years, few more decades until we have small enough quantum computers. If you look at the quantum computers they have at the research facilities, these are rooms. Like this is like back in the 50s, 60s, where they had these large scale computing with classical computing, where they filled a whole like hallway or room just with computing power, which we actually now have in our pockets with smartphones, same amount of computing power, right? And so this is the level we are at with quantum computing at the moment. We're at this large scale mainframe computing where you have these huge machines. And give it 50 years, I don't know how much years, but at some point we will probably have quantum computers in our pockets as well. I don't know, maybe. And then we could wear them on our head, and they provide us so much immense computing power. It's perfect for doing AI and deep learning quantum computing because they can process in parallel so many things. And that's just, in the end, how AI and deep learning can be computed much more efficient. And in the end, who knows? Maybe our own human brain is actually a quantum computer. They don't even know that yet.
Absolutely. Very well said. Last two questions. So the question comes in from Harsh. Rini, what will happen to the video conferencing industry if VR AR industry becomes affordable to the customers in future? Maybe like in next 4 to 5 years.
Yeah. Like I mentioned, if you have, actually, I'm using a Kinect here as my camera right now. It's providing me good camera quality. But if you have one of these 3D cameras, of course, there's a little bit of a barrier, like I showed you. You need a little bit of a setup if you want to do this kind of 3D streaming, right? You need a powerful PC, you need a 3D camera, you need probably one of these devices to see 3D. But maybe 5 years, we will have these kind of 3D displays that I've shown you, right? The kind of looking glass display, and you don't need to have to wear any special glasses. You just look at the screen, see the other person in 3D streaming, and we might not even need a 3D camera anymore. I've shown you the little computer vision snippet where it just takes a single photo and generates a 3D model out of that. It's just like mind-boggling, and that progress is happening so fast. Like every few years, we see new iterations, and I can tell you the only prediction I'm typically wrong with. I did not expect this immense progress with AI deep learning 5 years ago, which we have already these days. And so in 5 years, we might just have consumer 3D video conferencing available.
Amazing. Yeah. So the last question is, so since we've all seen the surface lens, since we have seen that it's actually, very thin and it contains so much data. Where is the data being stored in AR/VR glasses?
It's breaking up.
And how the industry is ready for...
Punit, can you repeat the question? Because it's breaking up. The audio was breaking up from your end.
Sure. Is it better now?
Yes.
Great. Okay. I'll just repeat the question. Apologies for the inconvenience. The question is from Raj, wherein he asks, where the data is being stored in AR/VR glass, since it's very compact in size.
Yeah. So this is the HoloLens, right? There are many different AR and VR glasses out there. You have to differentiate between tethered and untethered. So you have virtual reality devices like the HTC Vive or Oculus Rift S. They are tethered. They need a PC. You plug in a cable into your PC, right? And then the computing is done on the PC. And then you have devices like an Oculus Quest or some other VR devices that are mobile. They do all the computing on the device. A HoloLens is a little bit different. It is an AR, an augmented reality device, and it also does all the computing in here, right? And so it stores most of the data actually on here, and that's a huge engineering progress and challenge they solved here, like doing all that amazing stuff on just a small mobile device. It's crazy. But that's mostly stored on the device. But like I mentioned, we will see more hybrid solutions where we can offload the heavy lifting into the cloud, right? It does the heavy computation in the cloud and then streams the result back. So we can have these kind of form factors in the future, right? I hope that it makes sense.
Yep, absolutely. So just one last question. I think we have 2 to 3 more minutes before we join in the next speaker. So most of the audience that we have in today are kind of the engineering graduates or undergraduate students who are looking to explore their careers into emerging technologies. So what, according to you, would be a learning pathway for these students who can, start their journey on AR/VR right from the scratch and excel up themselves to a stage wherein they can be employable or they can, create sophisticated products?
Yeah, definitely. So if you're a student, make sure you attend all the math classes, like linear algebra, and make sure you attend computer graphics classes and all of that kind of stuff. So that is very relevant for AR and VR, but also math. I mean, I mentioned math, not just for VR and AR, but also for, of course, AI, deep learning, and quantum computing. All of these high-rise topics are, of course, basically a lot of based on math, advanced mathematics. And so, focus on that first of all. And if you're good with it, then, take some little samples, play around with them. You have most of that freely available. Like I mentioned, you can use Unity as a tooling that everyone is basically using in the industry. Play around with it for free. And you can also use AR and VR tools like, your own smartphone, for example, to build for this platform. You have AR Core available for free. So explore, play around with it, contribute back to open source projects, start blogging, that kind of stuff. And that really helped me to, become knowledgeable in that space as well. And, share your knowledge in the end. This is the best way to learn, is basically you prepare yourself to share the knowledge. And then, Below Reply, we actually have a couple of offices. A quick plug here. We have a couple of offices around the globe, and one of the offices we have is in Kochi in Kerala. And so, if you're interested in that, we are also constantly hiring in Kochi and Kerala, as well as across all the other locations in the US, Germany, and so on and so forth. Right.
Amazing. Yeah, I definitely that would be helpful for students. So, guys, if you're looking for any internships or any, full-time offers, you definitely can connect in with Rini, share your project work with them, share your work with him, and they definitely would be taking that ahead. Thank you, Rini. Thanks for joining. It was a phenomenal session, and thank you for your knowledge. Uh, so, moving forward with the session, guys. So
Thank you.
now
Bye
we
bye.
have an thanks, Rini. So, guys, you can join in our Discord channel. And since most of you have now gotten ideas for your projects, etc., you might be looking for team members. So you can join in on our Discord channel, and you can, propose open source project ideas. You can find team members. You can interact with them. The link to it is on the banner which is running across this video. For the next session, we have Miss Luisa Spring. She is here to talk about how AR VR is actually impacting the gaming industry. So I'd just like to welcome Luisa. Uh, Hi,
Morning.
Luisa. Good morning.
Hi there.
Guys,
I'm calling in from Los Angeles. It's 5:30 in the morning, so it's early. If I don't make any sense, it's because it's really early.
we really appreciate. Thank you a lot for joining in so early, guys. It's 5:30 a.m. there. Thank you for all the efforts, Luisa. And just 30 seconds before we start, and meanwhile, you can start sharing your screen, and we'll just add it to the. Great. Yes, now we can see in your screen, and thank you. So the stage is yours. Please continue. And yep.
Hi there, everyone. So today, obviously, I'm going to talk a little bit about VR and AR gaming, and also I'm going to talk about how some gaming applications are actually becoming very important for enterprise too. I just thought I'd give you a quick example of what I am actually doing over at my company. So my company is called Sound Immersive, and we've been around for about 5 years in the gaming and AR and VR industry. So I am a consultant, and I help young companies. They could be independent developers, they could be very big companies like Walmart, find the right applications in VR and AR. And these are some of the deals that we've made for our clients. A lot of our clients actually are overseas as well. So we're kind of a base for them in the US without them having to have an office. Obviously, we bridge cultural differences. I work a lot actually with Indian companies, always get on very well with them. I work with Korean companies, UK companies, and basically help them with strategic planning, consulting, and sales. I've done a lot of activations in esports actually, and in VR esports, and this is one we did with Republic of Gamers. This is when conventions were a thing, and obviously we kind of put your games in front of some of the biggest companies out there in gaming. That's my email, and I just wanted to give that little quick presentation. I should also say I am a non-technical founder. So some of your engineering students who are listening right now, they're probably far more clever than I am. I actually came to it from being a lawyer, and I am a recovering lawyer. I started working with companies in the UK, and then ended up in the film business in the US. I have worked with many different actors, such as Sir Roger Moore, John Rhys Davis from Lord of the Rings, also Christopher Judge from Stargate, Mel B from the Spice Girls. So, and about 5 years ago, I was actually working for a law firm who wanted to know more about new technologies. When I saw VR and AR, I was blown away, absolutely loved it. And so I started working with a very young company, helped them finish off a Mini Cooper 360 video. After that, I went to a company called Inner Space that has a fantastic game called Fishman's Tale, which is out right now, and helped them with business development in the US. After that, I went to a company called Insperience, which was called Spatial Land. I brought in the deal with Walmart, who actually acquired them. And since then, I've been doing deals with Toyota, La Liga, many different kinds of deals. I'm going to stop sharing this for now. Oh. Right. So I'm going to show you guys, first of all, a game that I'm currently working on, which I thought could be interesting for you. So let me just do that. Sorry, I'm not quite as, Renee was so amazing, by the way. I'm not quite as organized as he is this morning.
No problem. You can just share the screen and we would be able to add you.
Yeah. So this is a game I'm working on right now, and so that game is a game built on Unreal Engine, which is an amazing game engine. I can't say enough about it. The work that you can do on it, the graphics are incredible. That game is called Ionia, Rhythm of the Universe, and the company behind that game is called Rotu. And if you'd like to sign up for more updates on the game, which is a puzzle game for everyone, their page is www.rotu.com. And that game is coming out in October, so we're really excited about that. By the way, you're probably wondering why I'm sitting in a massive empty space. It's actually because it's so I can have this and do free roam VR. Another game that I've worked on, which was pretty interesting in terms of how games can also unlock other audiences, is Virtual Soccer Zone. So I'm going to show you a video of Virtual Soccer Zone. Virtual Soccer Zone actually made quite a few deals with soccer clubs, whereby soccer clubs around the world would be able to put their fans within their own stadiums. So they could skin the stadium that we had with all their sponsors. And actually, some of them actually even resold the sponsorship in the virtual stadium. So I will share my screen again in 1 second. So that game was built in Unity, and it has done very well. I think it's actually free to play on Liveport, and it's just super fun. As I said, the interesting part about that game was it was actually used by La Liga, which is a soccer league with FC Madrid, FC Barcelona, FC Seville. And it was used as an activation where they could put their fans in a fan zone and skin the stadium with their own sponsors for each soccer club. Really fun. They're having a multiplayer come out soon. And it's an example of another kind of game that I've worked on that actually you can make extra money from it just not being a game on Steam. Now I'm going to show you another example of a game I've worked on, and which is a LBE version. So bear with me again. So this is Paradrop VR. So the interesting thing about location-based entertainment, which hopefully will come back at some point, is that when you're designing the game, you have to think about repeatability. So with that game, they actually have a game within the flying concept, whereby you have to hit each target, and then they have an app, and you play against the rest of the world. Really cool. Let's hope that we can all go and have fun again soon. Now I'm going to just talk a little bit about how VR and AR can be used a little bit with gamification in enterprise. So the first example of that I want to show, and actually it kind of touches on what Renee and you guys were asking about, which is wearables. And wearables, how can they actually kind of control your environment? So the company that I'm currently working with is called Helium. Their website is www.tryhelium.com. And I'll put all of this up as well, actually, on my LinkedIn for you guys. So let me share the screen and I'll just show you an example of how wearing a headband, which is a brain link headband, can control your environment. So what you're seeing here is actually your brain waves controlling your environment. They're using a brain link headband. You can also use your iPhone, and a projector is projecting how the brain link is interpreting your brain waves with graphics. Super cool. This is used for stress and anxiety, and it's being used by corporations all around the world. I'll just show you one more thing within their slideshow as well. If we take a look at this one, this is actually a jaguar, as they say in America, but I say jaguar. And a jaguar is being controlled by your brainwaves once again. So depending on how stressed out you are, what your anxiety level is, the jaguar will actually change color. So this is a really good example of how gamification of a wellness product actually makes people want to do it. So the next thing I was going to show you guys, and I'm showing you a lot here, so is also how using game tools with wearables, again, can actually be used in enterprise situations too. So I know the session is VR and AR gaming, but obviously, I'm sure all of your students listen to this, understand gaming, etc. But I just want to explain as well that these, using these tools like Unreal and Unity can also be used in enterprise too. So I will show you now very quickly a example of wearables being used with a game engine and motion capture clothing in a doctor's office. So bear with me on that. And I really need the 2 monitor option. I can see that it's obviously way better. So what you're seeing here is a doctor wearing a HoloLens. Patient at home is wearing a motion capture suit, but it's not a motion capture suit like you're all thinking, with balls on it and the rest of it. It's actually just a black t-shirt and pants with 10 sensors in it. And the sensors are held in by elastic bands. Very, very simple to use. But what this means is that within the platform of Motus XR, they can actually see all the biometrics of the patient at home. And obviously with telehealth being a big part of society right now, it's important to keep everyone at home. And a lot of the elderly can't get to their appointments for physiotherapy. So this is a use case and showing how mocap clothing using a game engine can be really useful in real life. Also, I just wanted to touch on how some of the gaming platforms, and I call them gaming platforms, but they're social gaming platforms like VR chat, etc., are being used now to actually have conferences. So, and we're working on one right now in Mozilla Hubs. But I just thought I would show you. I would just show you a example of that. Oh, so my internet is good enough for this right now. May have to stop this one. I will share this on my socials as well, so I'll share it on LinkedIn, but it doesn't look like this one wants to play this morning, which it did last night. Apologies about that. When that comes up, I'll bring it up again. And then I think the last thing I wanted to show you as well was that I am also working with the person who did produce the Jarvis interface in Iron Man. So I thought I'd share with you that reel. Hopefully that will play, and just finish it off with that. So I think that's everything I've got to show you this morning. I just wanted to say it's been a real pleasure to be invited to this. I love the fact that you have a lot of students there listening to this. You know, I would say it's really hard to get into VR and AR at first, but you know, I would say follow all the conferences that happen online. You can learn a lot from people like Renee, who are, you know, obviously thought leaders in this area. There's also linking in with them is also good. You'll find that they're actually quite a generous group. So if anyone has any questions for me, I think that's about it. Oh. I think you are muted. Hello? I think you're muted. I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. So,
There you are.
apologies. Yeah. So we are going to take some of the questions for the next 5 minutes, right? So my colleague Puneet is not available right now, so I'm going to moderate this session, and we are going to take some of the questions for the next 4 minutes, right? So we have one question over here that is, can smell taste be incorporated in VR, giving it fears? Then it can be.
Yeah, I've seen a few smell options, not taste yet, but smell options I have seen, whereby it's been a small gadget in front of the headset where it will. So I did a demo, for example, where you could smell the coffee, right? And you would go closer to someone and a coffee smell would come out. Or, you know, smell the chocolate bar and chocolate bar. It is very nascent. I haven't seen it really deployed really well. A lot of people, like the fragrance makers, are looking at this very carefully. And I think actually kind of deploying it with some of the examples that some of the fragrance people are using right now, which is maybe these booths where you can walk in and press whichever fragrance you want. That could be incorporated into an LBE scenario.
Great. So another question we have is from Wendy. Right. So here it is from Imran Mohsin. Right. So we have a lot of AR VR enthusiasts, and just before this, we had a also we had a session on the AR. So many of the people are interested in VR games. So here's the question: how do you prepare a blueprint for a VR game? So
Well, I mean, that's a
what's your
very
take on it?
multi-layered question. Um, you know, the people that I have worked with have been kind of very different. If you're talking about a football game, it's very straightforward. If you're talking about a game like Ionia, the Rhythm of the Universe one, they came out of Berkeley School of Music and the film world. So they actually approached it like a movie and more like an interactive movie. So there are two approaches, as I say. If it's an FPS or it's or it's multiplayer, there's just many different ways of going about that. If they want to hit me up about that, that's fine.
Okay, sounds good. So we have a lot of questions here, but also we can take all the questions in a single session. So for sure we will we will keep all these questions, and definitely we will mail you or we will get in touch with you with the answers of all these questions, and definitely we will try to deliver all the answers of these questions to our community members. So from the side of whole Zubi team and from the side of whole attendees for joining us today, Luisa, it was really a great session, and very wonderful lessons learning from you about the AR VR in the gaming industry. So for this session, we are signing off, and we are joining with the another speaker soon. So
Thank
would
you,
you like to say
everyone.
anything to?
Thank you very much for having me. And as I say, hit me up on LinkedIn if you have any more questions. Thanks so much.
Yeah, sure.
Bye.
Sure. So we will share Luisa's LinkedIn Telegram community, and then you guys can connect with her, right? So now next session we are having, in the next session we are having Mr. Ashik Hamid with us, and will be a workshop on the AR. We are like in this workshop we are going to learn about how to create your own Instagram filters, right? So it's I tried it, but then like I tried it, but didn't get it actually in a very first manner. So I'm also going to join you all along with the same session. So in 30 seconds, in next 30 seconds, Ashikam is joining us. So till then, let's join. So, so finally, we have
Hello.
Mr. Ashik Hamid with us. Hi, Ashik, we can hear you.
Hi, Yash. Thanks. Thank you for inviting me for this conference.
Amazing, amazing. So before we go further, just let me introduce you all with Ashik Hamid. Ashik is a associate product manager at Scapic, and he is a graduated in the he is a VR graduated in the from the Facebook School of Innovation, right? And he is going to take a workshop on the how to create your own Instagram filters. He's really having a good hands-on session on the creating Instagram filters and playing with the AR VR technology. So you guys can hit up your questions to him, and definitely he will solve out all of your queries. If you are interested in AR, we are creating your own filters for the Instagram and for other different social media platforms where you use AR and VR, right? So I'm signing off now. Stage is yours, Ajay. Audience is yours. Now take it up. I'm
Thank you, Yash.
starting.
So, am I able to talk to the people, or how is it? I can see it from the chats, I guess.
Yes, you can at the right hand side. You can in the comment section. You can read all the questions from the side of audience, and you can answer them time to time. You can
Okay, cool.
send it from there.
So it's in the comments section, right?
Yeah, it's in the comment section.
Okay, cool. Thank
Okay.
you. Okay, hi guys. I think there are a lot of people here, and I'm gonna take a session. Sorry, it's at the end of the slide. Let me go back to the first slide. Cool. Before I start this presentation, I would like to ask everyone to download Spark AR Studio. I think you might have gotten an email or some kind of information to download this application. I would like to know if you people have already downloaded this, or you guys are yet to download this thing. So put that thing in the comment section so that I can know how many of you are ready for like doing this. I think it's no. Okay, so go to this link. Go to sparkar.facebook.com. Yeah, Zubi has posted that link. So go to that link and start downloading it so that by the time you finish the presentation, we can go back to the application and start working on that. Okay. Okay, Manas. Yeah, yet to download Muhammad Aliyah. Okay. So yeah, let's start this presentation. But like, I hope everyone is going to this link and downloading the application. It's like 300 MB. I'm not quite sure about the size, but it's about it's less than 300 something. Yeah, cool. Um, Okay, so I would like to ask most of you people, how many of you are not aware of augmented reality? If you're aware, please say yes. If you're not aware, please say no, so that I can know where to start from. And I before like I begin this presentation, I would like to say this is an interactive session, so I would be happy to see comments and questions in the run, and I'll be taking it forward like that. Okay, Washer, thank you for telling me the size. It's 400 something. Cool. Okay, so I think, yeah, some of you, like most of the people, have an idea about augmented reality, and some of you are not aware of that. Cool. I will be explaining all that. Don't worry about that. Okay, let me start this presentation. Cool. So, as you know, this presentation is to make an Instagram filter. So basically, if you can see in the slide, you can see a like girl with a face mask, and she's in a Instagram camera. And most of you would be knowing Instagram. It's a photo sharing application where you can share photos, videos. It's a social media for sharing photos and videos, right? And you have stories where most of the people are widely using stories right now. So that is Instagram, and Instagram was launched in 2010 for iOS, and for Android, Instagram was launched in 2012, and that is when Facebook acquired Instagram. So Instagram is such a like platform where you can open your camera, you can take photos and all that. And recently, on 2017, they introduced something called AR filters or AR stickers. So basically, the first application to launch AR stickers was Snapchat. And when they launched, Instagram also thought they should also do something here, because Snapchat was really trending big with the augmented reality stickers. And that is when Instagram also decided to launch their version of augmented reality. And that is how you see Instagram AR filters. If you have used Snapchat, you already know that thing, right? And you, if you have used Instagram also, you would have already have known about this thing. Cool. So that is Instagram. And so basically, if you technically ask me what is augmented reality filters, it's basically a computer generated effect layered over the real life image of a camera. So when you open a camera, you can see yourself, right? Or you can see in front what is in front of you, right? And about that, we actually superimpose something about that. So it's a 3D object or some kind of computer generated effects, which we superimpose onto the real world. So if you see on the pictures, you can see this kind of mask, this kind of flag, and this kind of text and all. But in reality, when you open the camera, you can't see all these things, right? It's basically an extra thing that is coming, and that is what the word itself, right? The augmented means we are augmenting something, so we are actually augmenting the reality. So what is in front of you, that is the reality, right? And about that, we are actually adding a little more information onto the reality, and that is why we call it augmented reality. And this is widely used in many areas, such as like showcasing some product or something like that. I'll be talking about those things later. So this is the application of augmented reality, where we can superimpose something extra onto the like real world, right? And this is super informative. And from the previous sessions, I think you might have known about spatial computing, where you can compute through space. Currently, we compute through displays, right? We have to touch on the display to compute with the computer. But in the future, or what is happening right now with HoloLens or any other device like mixed reality headsets, is you don't have to touch on a display or something to compute. You can simply compute through air, right? And through gestures and everything, you can do that thing right now. And most of the companies like Magic Leap, Microsoft HoloLens, and there is one company called North Republic. I think North, it's not Republic, it's just North. It's a Canada-based AR company, which is like well funded by big computer giants, right? And most of the other companies like Apple, Facebook, all of these people are actually gonna try build something on AR, right? They have different AR platforms right now, and they are currently gonna build something like a AR glass, right? Apple is gonna launch that thing. They were supposed to launch this year, but they have postponed that launch to 2 years after. And Facebook is also having a research lab in Seattle where they are actually doing something like that, and they are actually going to bring AR glass onto the market, right? And if you are aware of the things that is happening in India, you might be knowing Geo has already launched Geo Glass, AR glass, and this is going to be widely used, right? And this is basically an augmented reality thing. Okay, so in Instagram, AR filter alters an image of your friend or back camera. So that is what a basic introduction to Instagram AR filters. These are the examples for that. Cool. And just to give you another context about augmented reality, you might be already be used have used these things through games, right? One of the biggest widely used game was Pokemon Go, where you are opening your camera and you can see Pokemon characters put on in front of you, right? And you have to capture that thing. And this is basically an augmented reality game. Cool. So before I will give you a context about how Instagram filters are used in a very relevant area, right? I think most of you are aware that there are a lot of e-commerces present in e-commerce, right? I mean Instagram, right? People sell things through Facebook and Instagram, right? And this is to increase their awareness, to increase their marketing efforts, most of these brands in Instagram and Facebook use Instagram filters to showcase their product. For example, say they are selling a lipstick, and you want to see how it will look like in your lips. You can do that with opening your camera with an AR filter, right? And that is actually happening. And not just in a beauty industry, in other industries like furniture industry, you can actually visualize your product or the furniture in front of your house, or in front of you in the room before you buy it, right? And that is very, very relevant there, right? You can visualize how a product would look like in your building, your room, before you buy it. And that's the most relevant area. And I would like to show this video to you guys.
Creating AR
Sorry.
masks for brands is a real trend now. They've become a useful tool for product promotion. Facebook and Instagram AR masks help to increase community engagement, number of fans, brand awareness, and user loyalty. Let us show you how it works.
Hi, my name is Ruslan, and I'm head of AR/VR department. Social networks such as Facebook, Instagram, TikTok are now a part of our casual life. They give us the ability to present users AR experience without installation or downloading application. They could be a powerful viral tool for brands promotion.
As our previous experience has shown, one AR mask published on Facebook or Instagram can gain more than 400,000 impressions, 2,000 captures, and 400 shares for 2 weeks only. Pretty good, right? Be creative and engaging.
Cool. I will give you another example of how Spark AR, or where we create AR filters for Instagram and Facebook, is used, right? I'm going to show this video.
I've drawn and sketched and painted for as long as I can remember. Whatever I could get my hands on, really, to create characters, worlds, monsters a lot of the time. There was pressure to get into a career that would make money, so I got into recruitment. I was finding other people their dream jobs, but all the while I wasn't getting to do the creative stuff that I wanted to do. Facebook launching AR Studio made me think that, yeah, this is definitely something that people are going to want now. My cloud effect, for instance, something that I created using my weird imagination, has been used by 80 million people. You know, the reach potential is ridiculous. Maybe one day the clown will hit 1 billion. I don't know, possibly, you know. I honestly think that anyone can do this. AR Studio allows you to just get things moving straight away with no knowledge of code at all. There's like a massive resource of models all on Sketchfab that you can just pull in, animate it in the patch editor, beam it to your phone. and that's it. You can kind of see this thing in your world. Now I'm working with some huge brands that I never ever thought I would work with. I did an effect for U2 for their latest stadium tour. It's insane, really. I think it's one of the best feelings ever. For me, it was a tool that has changed my life, really. I mean, I went from doing a job that I hated to doing a job that I love. And it is all because of AR Studio.
Cool. So this guy is basically into graffiti and all that, and because of Spark AR, you might have noticed how far he could go ahead with his interest, right? And it's a very creative tool to use, where you can create creative stuffs in a Spark AR, and you might have noticed that through different Instagram filters, right? Yeah. On to the next one.
People say that my work looks very futuristic, and I don't agree. I think it's very present. When I first tried Spark AR, I couldn't sleep at night. And it's a way for me to apply these ideas onto people's faces. That one night, I made my first filter. It was so quick. It's really easy to figure things out, and I was like, whoa, this is amazing. I'm a very analog and digital person. I'm putting work out to the world from this little town in Spain. My work is shaped by my graffiti, so I can totally apply my work onto the filters. I can make my work way more precise. I can produce more. I can explore more things. I think Spark AR and graffiti fit perfectly. With Spark AR, you can express whatever you're working on this one tool. It responds in a very immediate, disposable way, and I think show people around the world, it's a new canvas to keep making art.
Cool. So yeah, this is the video where you could understand a graffiti designer artist is actually using Spark AR for using showcasing his talents, right? So that was another presentation. Now now you'd have got an idea of how these Instagram filters are used in the daily life, right? And it's a widely there are a lot of wide applications to this, because creativity is unlimited, right? You can do anything with your creativity, and there are a lot of things that you can do with Spark AR. I hope most of you have already downloaded. Is Spark AR Studio and Google's AR Core are the same? Okay, I will answer these questions also, but can you guys tell me if you have already done with the download, and have you installed it? Hello. I hope everyone is able to hear.
Yes, we're able to hear you, Ashik.
Between that thing, yeah. Okay, cool. Thank you, Puneet. Is AR Spark Studio and Google's AR Core are the same? No. Spark AR is a platform where you don't have to code anything, right? There are platforms where you need a programmer or something, where you have to code something, and there are platforms where you don't have to code anything, right? For example, Photoshop. Photoshop is a best example for editing your photos without any code, right? So it's a no-code platform, right? And Spark AR is similar. You don't have to code anything, and you can build AR contents through Spark AR. But on the other side, AR Core or AR Kit is basically a toolkit, is a SDK where you build things on top of that. So it's basically something which is purely programming. I hope that answered it. What are the various tools could be used to make these AR mask filters except Euphoria Unity? What are the various tools? I think different tools, Google. You can go search for Sumerian. Sumerian is Amazon's studio. And there are different applications. We also had an application while I was working in Scapic. We had an application where you can create AR VR without any code, right? And no code platforms are actually trending. You don't have to code anything, and there are different platforms you can go and search, but mainly people use Unity, Unreal Engine, such and such platforms to create wonderful AR and VR experiences. Okay, cool. I think most of you have have installed it. There are some people who need 10 more minutes. Okay, but due to some time constraints, I'm gonna uh, go forward. This is a very introduction workshop, so don't worry about this thing. If you have installed, you can yourself learn these things. If you haven't been able to install it until now, please you can continue that thing, but you can listen to this thing now, and you can at least see what we are actually gonna build here. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna start sharing it. So I just wanted to cool. Fine. I will switch my screen. If you have opened Spark AR, where is it? I can't see my Spark AR tool. Oh God, where is it? Yeah, here you go. If you have installed the application, I think can't be Python used in AR. Yeah, you can use Python, but mostly we use C sharp in Unity. If you are on into the programming side, we use C sharp coding and C such coding in for this AR and VR. Okay, cool. Sir, can you share your filters? Can I download Spark AR in my Linux device? I think you can. Zubi, what is library or language used behind the Spark AR? How can I contribute to Spark? Spark AR, as far as I know, is not an open source software. So I don't think you can contribute, but you can go to the site and see what are there like for you. There's a community out there, and you can join that community, and you can see what is happening there. Cool. Okay, so if you have opened this application, you can see these things. So this is how you start with, and you might be getting a tutorial. You can skip that tutorial. You can see it later. It's basically, I will tell you what is happening in that tutorial, and after that you will be taken into the templates area. And if you are in the templates area, please come. Please come. Please tell yes. Are you guys seeing the templates area like I'm seeing? Are you in this screen in the application? Hello. Yeah. So Ayanava is
Yeah,
actually
this is 15 seconds away, Ashik. So yes.
sure. Yeah, it's a very simple filter. I think I can finish it in time. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna start this thing. So you can explore this application. It's a very cool application. You don't have to code anything. You can go ahead and start with creating different things. So I just want to tell you one thing. In the templates area, you can see background, where the background you can change the backgrounds. So when you go to Instagram and open this filter, you'll be seeing that person, and the background will be different, right? We'll be using we'll be creating something similar to that thing. And world object is basically something that you saw in the video, where you can see the real world things, and you will be seeing some objects. If you have noticed in the video that I played, you would have seen a monster, right? A monster in front of a building. So that is basically a world object, where you can place 3D objects in real world. Then you have face decoration, like the glasses. So you can change these glasses into something else. We'll be creating something like that. And you have face mask. You can create different mask here. We'll be creating a mask now. And you can do makeup. I told you, if you are a lipstick company, you can show something like this, and they can try that lipstick on without buying it, to see how it look like. Then you have different things which actually detects your neck, face, and everything. Like, see, when this person is actually moving his head, the object is also moving, right? It's actually like very seamless. Okay, cool. So what we are gonna do is create a new project. And when you create a new project, you will be seeing like 4 options, right? You can like it can be a target tracking, where you will be like where your camera senses some kind of image, and when your camera see that image, they superimpose that image with something else, some 3D object. And plane tracking is something that you saw, like I told you, monster, right? That monster is placed in that plane because the camera could detect the floor and the plane. But what we are going to do is face tracking. And when you move your head, the camera should sense your head like tracking. So let's go ahead with face tracking. When you click on that thing, you will be going to a new this is the IDE where you will be working on. I think you guys are able to see this. Hello. Are you guys able to see?
Not yet, Ashik. It's a
Okay,
black screen.
let me share it again. Okay, I think now you are able to see this. Cool. Yeah, so this is the IDE where you will be working in Spark AR. It's a very like pretty easy like tool where you can like work on. So I'm gonna go ahead and start doing the work. So first of all, I would like to decorate this thing. I would like to add something where it's like some lines here to decorate this like filter. So what I'm gonna do is go like before that, I would like to, yeah, what I'm gonna do is add an object. And I'm gonna add a rectangle. Go down and you see rectangle under 2D objects, right? So click on rectangle and insert. Yeah, this filter can be posted in Insta, but Insta has a review like process that should be like gone through, and there is a lot of things that you have to take care while you post Instagram filter. Only after going through only after like compromising all those policies, you'll be able to get that out, and it's a little hard to like get this out. Okay, cool. So you might have created the rectangle here, and you would have seen a canvas 0 thing, and under canvas you see a rectangle. So it's a canvas, right? And you can see some like white and black check bow like thing in the screen. And to introduce this screen, I would say this is the viewport where you can view what is happening, right? And this is the simulator. So you can see it's an iPhone 8 here. So this is how you will be seeing in an iPhone 8. You can change that iPhone 8 to some Android device or some like iOS devices, or you can also put some resizable window. But let it be iPhone 8 itself, and you can see the person here. So this is a demo. This can like when you open your camera, you'll be seeing yourself, and you can see this thing. So I'm gonna rotate this thing. For rotating, like what if as you can see in the screen, for rotating like this, you have to click you have to right click and move. When you right click and move, you can rotate like this. And you can scroll to zoom, And when you click on the scroll button, right, you can actually move like this. See? So I'm near to this checkboard. Now I'm gonna click on this checkboard and I'm gonna fill this checkboard like completely with completely this screen. So the dimension for filling this completely is when you click on fill width, you will see it's 375 and fill height it's 667. So this is called the inspector. So you might have already understood this is viewport and this is side panel and this is called inspector. So when you have imported or added a rectangle and when you are selected with that thing, when you select on this thing, you will see this inspector window and you can change the size to 375 and 667. Cool. So now you can see the complete phone is filled with this check. Now what I'm gonna do is go to materials, which is in Instagram, like in the inspector itself. Like you can see rectangle 0 here, and you can see materials under that. And there is a plus sign here. So click on that plus sign, and you will be like a material would be added there, and the material name is currently material 0. What you need to do is double click on that material 0. When you double click, material 0 is actually opened. So this is the material like options. You have different options to like change in this material. What I'm gonna do is double click on this name material 0 and change that to friend. So this is a friend decoration thing. So I am gonna change the name to friend Matt. You can put whatever. You can not even rename it, but I'm gonna rename with friend underscore Matt. And after that, oh, oops, I forgot something. I think a link was shared with you to download little working files that you needed. I'm gonna send that link here again. Below. I hope I have shared this thing in the private chat. I don't know. Please share the link so that people can download it. And if you have downloaded it, it would be like this. It would be having a textures folder, and download that folder. And if you have downloaded that folder, have you guys downloaded it? Please say yes or no. Yes, if you have downloaded the files. Why am I not logging in? You have to log in with your Facebook ID. I'm not sure why it's not logging in. Okay, so I think there's a bit.ly link which you needed to download. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So yeah. Cool. Downloading, sir. Cool. Okay, if you have downloaded it, please focus, give a focus on this tutorial right now. If you have downloaded it, so we have clicked on the friend material, right? We have created a new material called friend material, and we are gonna add a texture to that. For that, you can see texture under shader properties, and click on choose file. When you click on choose file, you can navigate to the place where you have downloaded that folder, and you can see friend Matt thing. This thing, you can see a friend Matt. 1 second, let me see if I can share my complete screen. Yeah. Okay, so if you have clicked on choose file, you can navigate to the textures file. Okay, I will repeat from material 0 part. Okay, cool. Click on the rectangle 0 here. Click on the rectangle 0. And from rectangle 0, you can see materials options here in the inspector window. And on the like materials inspector window, like that option, you can see a plus sign if you haven't added a material. If you have already added a material, you can see that material here. So click on that thing, like double click on that thing, and you can rename that thing to friend mat. And these options will be appearing. And what you need to do is go to the texture option and choose a file, and choose the friend mat file that you have like downloaded in the folder. Click on that thing, friend mat. Cool. Now you can see in the simulator right now, you can see this person, and in front of that thing you can see this decoration. Cool. Now I'm gonna change this color to a blue color. So right now it's a gray scale thing. Now I'm gonna change the color to some kind of blue, so that because it's LETCON, so I'm gonna change it to a blue color. We are gonna make a LETCON AR filter. Yeah, cool. So you can see in the simulator, the decoration has changed its color to blue. Now what you need to do is you can change the shader type, which you can see at the top, to flat, so that it's little more 2D. Are you guys following it? Yes or no? Hello. Hello.
Yes, Ashik, you're audible. It's basically like a 15-second delay from what we speak and what they receive on chat.
Oh, cool, cool. So I
It's just
think
minute delay.
most of you, okay, I think most of you are following. I think you might have seeing this simulator. In the simulator, you might be seeing this thing right now. Yes, cool, cool. Now I'm gonna add a text over here where we name it as LETCON. In order to do that, go to the side panel. You can see scenes and layers here. Yeah, so go to the side panel and you can see scene. And in the scene, go to add object. And when you click on the add object, you can see this window. And in this window, go to 3D text. You can see it here. And insert 3D text. When you insert that 3D text, you can see that thing here. What you need to do is rotate this thing so that I am actually facing that text. And I'm going to rename this text into something else. So go to the inspector window and you can see text here. And go and change that text onto LETCON or something. I'm going to write LETCON. And I'm going to, so you can see arrows here. If you have selected 3D text here, you can see the arrows here. What I'm going to do is move that thing to the top. And you can see in the simulator how it would look like. So I'm gonna place it over here. Now, yeah, now cool. Because this is a 2D text, I'm gonna rotate this thing so that it looks 3D, right? Right now it's just a text. So I would like to make it look like a 3D text. In order to do that thing, I'll rotate this text. If you have already clicked on this 3D text, you can see this inspector window where you can see rotation under transformations. And I'm gonna rotate the Y into 5 degrees. Cool. And click enter. Now for some it would have, like for me it have like disappeared. It disappeared because it is behind the screen. What I'm gonna do is move that thing in front of the screen. Right now it's behind, so I move in front. Right now you can see LETCON here. Cool, amazing. Okay, so I think most of you are following it. Cool. Now I need to change the color of this LETCON, right? And what I'm going to do is click on this material. So if you are in the inspector, go down and see, you can see friend material, right? And click on the friend material and double click on that thing and change the color to blue. Cool. Now LETCON is in blue color. Cool. Now go back to the 3D text, because you have only changed the friend texture. Now we need to change the side texture. For that, go back to the 3D text, which is under in the side panel. You can see 3D text here. Go there and you can see, okay, the side material, everything is filled, but I'm gonna change this side material to something else. So I'm gonna create new material here. So currently we have changed the front material. Now I'm gonna change the side material. For that, I click on side, like I go under side material and I click on this down arrow, and then I create a new material. Cool. Now that material is like left nothing. Now I'm gonna change the color of that material. So double click on the material, and then I'm gonna change that color to something green. Let's see how that looks. Cool. Okay, cool. Now 3D text is added, right? Now you might not be able to see that thing, but if you go to here, you can see the side is green and the front is blue, right? Cool. Now is the amazing part. What we are going to do, is we are going to add a face mesh. For that, go back to the side panel and go to the add objects, and we're gonna like add a face mesh. So go down and you see a face mesh thing. Or where is it? Yeah, face mesh. Or you can search here, face mesh, and you can see face mesh here. Click on that, double click, and you can see this. I hope everyone is following this right now. Now you can see the person's face is filled with a face mesh. If you're following, please say yes. We are only like 2 minutes away to complete. Hello. I hope you're following. Yeah, cool. Cool. Okay, so you can see this face mesh, right? And now what we are gonna do is change the material of this face mesh. Now it's a checkbox. Now what we're gonna do is click on that face mesh. Now you have already selected that face mesh, and now go to the inspector window, and you can see these options, and you can see materials here. What you're gonna do is click on that plus sign to add a material and create a new material. Now when you have created this new material, you can see the person's face. That checkbox has changed to a white material, right? So this is the basic material right now. Now what we are gonna do is click on that material 2, double click on that, and in the inspector window, the material 2 would be opened. And what we're gonna do is we are gonna add a texture to this face mesh. For that, go down and you can see texture here, and you can see choose a file. So choose a file and choose cat face mesh. And when you open that thing, wow, amazing, right? Cool. So now the complete face mesh have been changed to a cat, right? You have a face mask right now, and whenever you are moving, this is also actually moving, right? Cool. But I don't think we need a complete face mask, right? We need our mouth to be seen. For that, what we are gonna do is go down and you can see alpha, and it's not selected right now. What I'm gonna do is select that alpha. So this is actually enabled. When you enable alpha, you can choose a texture for the alpha. So for that, choose a file and choose cat face mesh mask. This is the alpha that we're gonna add for this face mask. When you click on that, wow, now you can see the like mouth. Only this particular area of your face is covered with the face mask, and it's actually very much into the face, right? It's like your face. Cool. Now there is a problem here. We need to see the eye. So if you see, our eyes are actually seen here. Instead of our eyes, we need to see the cat's eye, right? We need to appear like a cat, right? So for that, I'm gonna choose face tracker, and then go to the side panel and choose face mesh 0, which is something that we created. And when you go to this face mesh, if you have selected face mesh, go to the inspector window and you can see eyes and you can see mouth, right? Click on eyes. So basically, what they are actually saying, doing is they are actually tracking our eyes. Instead of that, we need the texture of the eye that we have imported, right? For that, uncheck the eyes. When you uncheck the eyes, you can see in the simulator, now you have a cat eye and it looks dope, right? Cool. I think we are done with this thing. This is a basic Instagram filter. Now, what I need to do is I need to test this out in my Instagram or Facebook camera, right? For that, go to test on device, which is on to the left side of the uh, your side, left side, the right side of the window, and you can see test on device at the bottom, the second option here. Cool. So where to find out how to make different face mesh. Gokul, you can create face mesh from adding an object, and after that you can add textures, different textures. You can go through different things. If you go to a Spark AR website, you can see Learn platform where they have different tutorials where you can see and create different face meshes. It's a good question, and I think that answers your question. Okay, so I'm gonna click on test on device, and I want to test this thing. Either you can test this thing in a player, but I think most of you would be having Facebook or Instagram in your phone, so we can test that thing in the phone itself. So go to send to app, and since I have an Instagram camera, I can use Instagram camera to test this filter, or you can, if you have Facebook, you can test this out with Facebook. Now I'm gonna click on send onto the Instagram. Now it's gonna upload to the Spark hub. Sometimes you will get an error, and if you're getting an error, that means your file has succeeded a particular amount of size, right? Every AR filters should not go beyond 4 MB, right? If it is going beyond 4 MB, it's gonna be not that good experience for the end consumers, right? So for that, you need to reduce the size. For that, what you need to do is you can test it out. For example, go to export and upload, and you can see the current size of this filter. It's just 400 KB, but sometimes it can go 4 MB or something. If that goes 4 MB or something, you can click on view asset summary here, and you can see review unused assets, right? So if you are not using some assets, you can review that thing and you can delete. Okay, right now we are using every asset that we have, so nothing is to delete. But sometimes that error comes, and when that error comes, you have to do that thing. It's a extra tip I wanted to say. But if you're coming across some errors, there is brilliant community out there where you can see why that is coming, some errors. So yeah, we have sent a notification to Instagram, open the app to test your effect, right? So I'm gonna open my Instagram and gonna test this effect. You guys can also see, open your Instagram and you will see a notification in your Instagram app, and it will be to preview thing. So I'm gonna open that thing and see. How many of you could preview the filter? I could get this thing done, so I'm gonna show that thing. So if you go to my Instagram profile, you can see a filter that I have like posted in my story, and it's a LETCON thing. Oh, sorry. You need to get an approval from Instagram to post that thing as a story. But you can take a photo from that, and let me see if I can show that thing to you guys. Okay, if there is any questions, I would be answering. Meanwhile, let me upload and show you what I have got. How many of you could get the filter in the Instagram and try it out? Please say yes. And if you couldn't get it to the Instagram, please say no. And let me know how you didn't get that. Okay, cool. I think I have got mine. Yeah. So this is what I have took from Instagram. Hope you guys are able to see this. It's LETCON written here. My face is covered with the CAD mask, and there is decorations all over. And this is a basic AR filter. Okay, if you don't have an Instagram, you can use Facebook. You need either of those, or if you don't have that thing, you have to install an application called Spark AR Player. So from that, you can actually try it out. Can we also use same filter to share on Snapchat? I think no, because you can only upload that thing to Instagram through Spark AR. Can we make background layer too? Yeah, you can make a background layer like I have created rectangle, right? You can create a rectangle, and you can add a material, and you can place it behind the person, and that's possible. You can search in tutorials, you can see that thing. So what you have to do right now is go to sparkar.facebook.com/ar studio. Okay, go to the side. When you go to the side, you can see learn option here at the top. Go to learn option, and you can see different tutorials over here, which you can you can see these tutorials and build different cool things. There are a lot of options that we haven't covered, like patch. Like you would have seen that in that thing in the video that I showed. That person is able to use it in patch editor and all that. There are different kind of cool things that you can use in Spark AR and build very cool effects. This is a very basic effect that I wanted to show you, but this is just nothing. If you go to the deep side of Spark AR, you can create really cool effects over there. Cool. More questions? So I would like to introduce myself. I am a I have like closed my things in Scapic. I'm an XPM. I was a product manager at Scapic. Scapic is a augmented reality shopping experience tool where e-commerce can add AR shopping to their website. Right now you can see only images and videos when you purchase something in e-commerce, but in the future you can see 3D object of that product, and you can see that product in front of you before you buy. So we enable that thing at Scapic. Then I was a VR graduate from Facebook's School of Innovation, and then I was awarded a Google Venkat Panchapkeshan award at 2018 when I was in college. And I'm a graduate from National Institute of Technology Calicut at 2019. This is my profile, and if you would like to connect with me, you can follow my Instagram, Ashik5G, and if you message me, I will be like happy to reply. And then if my other handles are Ashik5G itself, you can go to Twitter and click write Ashik5G, and you can find me in Twitter or LinkedIn. And this is my Instagram ID. So yeah. So any more questions? Okay, cool. I think I'm like perfectly on time, I guess, because I started at 6:15. Now it's 7:15. Cool.
Exactly.
If you have more
Thank
questions,
you so
you can ask me directly to my Instagram account or any my social media, and I will be happy to like reply. And all the best for the rest of the sessions, and all the best for a great career in Spark AR.
Great. So thank you so much, Ashik, for joining us today. It was really a very wonderful workshop which you have recently completed, right? So that was really awesome thing which you have created a LETCON filter, right? And it would be great if all those people, those who have just recently created the what do you call Instagram filters while following the Ashik's instructions and all. So it would be great if you guys can take a snapshot and post it on your social media platform, or also you can directly ping us on the Telegram community. We would love to share it among our community and all our social media handles that you guys created in today's workshop. It will be, and also after movie, when we will create an after movie for this LETCON, definitely we will include your Instagram filters in that particular movie as well.
I think
So
that would be great.
go and
Like
do that.
you can add your own creatives onto that. Now I just gave a like example. You can create your like creatives and then like build really cool LETCON filters so that the organizers can like post it out, and it will be a good marketing thing itself.
Exactly. So, Ashik, please share your snapshot as well, clicking your picture along with the along with the LETCON filter. We will definitely post it on our social media platform. Thank you so much for this wonderful workshop. And
Sure.
definitely, if you would like to be the part of the community, I will add you to our Telegram community where you can interact with all the other students, those who are not able to join the workshop, or those who left unanswered for their questions or something, so you can
Sure.
get direct in touch with them, right? So definitely I will add you in our community, right? So
Wow.
that's
Thank you.
for
Thank
today.
you.
Great.
Thank you.
So
Yes.
thank you so much, Ashik. Signing off for today. And next session we are starting with Mr. Sunil Javik. So just a minute, and we will start with Mr. Sunil Javik. Thank you so much, guys. Yeah. Yeah. And hi, Mr. Sunil Javik.
Yeah,
Hope
hi, Yash.
you can.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hi. So
Yeah.
yeah, I can hear you, sir. I can hear you.
Okay, great. So we'll be starting
Thank
in
you so
about
much,
what, 2 minutes?
sir.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
we are
welcome.
just starting in the next one. Yeah. So
Okay.
just let me introduce the audience with you, and that's then we will start it. So firstly, I would like to welcome you, Mr. Sunil David, from the side of whole Zubi team and from the side of whole the audience which is watching you right now live. So thank you so much for joining us. And if I would like to give you a brief introduction about Mr. Sunil David. So Sunil David has a 26 years of experience in the IT and telecom industry, and he is currently regional director of the IoT for AT&T India, and he is based in Chennai. Sunil was awarded as the India's fastest growing leader in 2019 and as the pride of nation, and as the 13th edition of the Asian Business Social Forum at Bangkok to recognize Asia's greatest brands and leaders by an international media house, Asia One Magazine, as part of UWG Holdings, right? So he's having a great profile. He worked with very known companies. So you guys can ask questions from him about the IoT, about the business, anything which you would like to ask. You can hit your questions up with Mr. Sunil, and definitely he will answer. So, Mr. Sunil, if you would like to share your screen, you can. Then in just next 30 seconds, we are starting with it. Thank you.
Can you all see my screen?
So, yeah, I can see your screen, and I'm adding it to the live stream. So, yes, your screen is live now. So, now audience is yours, stage is yours, and now it's up to you. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. I'm signing off. Now you take it from here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Yash, and I would like to thank Zubi team for inviting me to deliver this talk on this topic on intelligence unboxed IoT revolution. Can you all see my screen, and can you all hear me clearly? You can? Okay, great. So friends, I want to first start by talking about the evolving business landscape, right? So we've been part of this digital evolution for many years, and this is happening at a global level. We are seeing a lot of enterprises depending on digital technologies for their sustenance and growth. We are also seeing the whole physical and digital boundaries. There are no boundaries now between physical and digital, and the pace at which technology is changing is very, very fast, right? So the velocity of change, and these are trends that we are seeing today, like cloud. I think we are seeing a lot of adoption of cloud. Satya Nadella, Microsoft CEO, went to the extent of saying that he has seen 5 months of digital acceleration, which normally takes 5 years. It's happening within 5 months. So we're seeing a lot of cloud adoption. Mobility, everybody is mobile today. You could access any application from any device, from anywhere. Software is eating the world, as they say, right? So a lot of the functions are getting virtualized. Your networking is now software defined. You're talking about software defined data centers, software defined security, right? So a lot of the orchestration and control is happening through software today. IoT, of course, this is I'm going to cover in a little more detail when we get there. Data powered economy, right? So today they say data is the new oil, and of course that oil needs to be refined, but there is so much of value that organizations, societies get from data, and how do you leverage the power of data is very, very important today. And security, of course, is very, very important, because the moment you connect so many things to the internet, and everything is on a public network, you got to obviously secure that. Now, while these trends have always been there, we had the COVID pandemic which has struck us, right? So, and what happened since COVID struck us, since early this year? I would like to highlight three fundamental business changes. First and foremost, customer behavior and needs have changed, especially from a B2C standpoint, right? People today who have never shopped online, we've seen a lot of them doing that today purely because of necessity, right? The needs have also changed, right? So, for example, discretionary spend, what is not really important, what is considered luxury, those are now postponed. And what is really essential, those are things which customers are buying now. Even if you just look at cars, people are looking at buying personal mobility for themselves, buying a two-wheeler or a entry-level four-wheeler, etc. Demand patterns have become highly unpredictable because of this, and that becomes very, very difficult for e-commerce players, manufacturers, to figure out how do you reconcile to this challenge where demand patterns have become so unpredictable. How do you forecast demand? And then you have supply chain disruptions which are happening. And then, of course, the blended working models, right? So most companies today have their employees working from home, and the possibility is that even after we have the vaccine and when things get back to some sort of normalcy, we will still find a lot of companies having most of their workforce working from home. TCS even went to the extent of saying that by 2025, they would have about 75% of the workforce working from home and 25% working from the offices. So these are kind of changes that have happened over the last few months. Now, what is very clear is that those organizations which have implemented digital or were fairly mature in their journey as far as digital adoption is concerned, they have been very less impacted. And companies who have not started or very, very early in their journey of digital have been very, very severely impacted. So, and what are these technologies today? When you talk about digital technologies, disruptive technologies, these are broadly the ones which we talk about, right? AI, augmented and virtual reality, blockchain, drones, IoT, robotics, 3D printing, right? So it's when you have a combination of all these technologies working in tandem, that's when an organization can realize maximum value. And because my forte is IoT, I'm going to very quickly touch upon IoT. And I'm at a very high level explain to you what IoT is. And I'm sure you know what IoT is, but very quickly, touch upon what constitutes an IoT solution. So any physical asset that you're connecting to the internet is deemed as an IoT solution, right? So you have a physical asset like a car or a pallet or an airplane, which is connected to the internet, right? So what do you need to connect a physical asset to the internet? You need a network, right? So you have an option to use microwave, you have an option to use satellite, an option to use cellular. So cellular today is widely deployed across the world. More than 60% of all the connections which are there today existing are using cellular, and one big reason being that cellular has better coverage compared to most other technologies, widely used, gone through a lot of standardization, very secure. So cellular is largely used today when it comes to connecting any asset to the internet. And especially when you're talking about assets which are moving, like cars or vehicles, then cellular becomes the best choice. So you have all these assets sending data through the network, and it goes and resides in an IoT platform. And the platform is nothing but a middleware solution which is deployed in the cloud, where you get all this data coming from physical assets. And then what you want to do is you want to normalize the data. You want to convert the data into a format in which your IT systems could understand, right? So all the ingestion of data, visualizing the data, and then connecting it to the backend IT systems is all done by the IoT platform, right? So you got to obviously need to connect all this to your existing CRM, your maintenance, your ERP applications. And of course, you can use your mobile app, which will integrate to this, so that using an app on your phone, you can do a lot of the control, and you can get all your alerts. And of course, you have various IoT applications that run on the platform, right? Depending upon the use case. For example, if it's a predictive maintenance application where you want to predict when a machine might fail, that you have an application which is running on the platform. Similarly, usage-based insurance, and so on and so forth. So this is what constitutes an IoT solution. Right. Now, I'm very quickly, going to share some very, some important use cases when it comes to IoT. And I'm going to start with the manufacturing, because manufacturing is a large adopter of IoT solutions. And when I talk about manufacturing, I would want to bucket it into three parts. First is what happens within the factories. Secondly, the products that are made by the manufacturers. And thirdly, supply chains, because you have manufacturers who need a lot of raw material parts that are needed to build a product. And so you have parts coming into a factory, and then the finished good goes out. So broadly, you have IoT usage across each of these three areas within the factory, connected products, and connected supply chains. Right. Now, what happens within a factory, right? So within a factory, of course, the biggest use case is managing your machines, right? So all your machines which are inside your factory, it could be a CNC machine, it could be a lathe machine. So many of these machines are fairly old, so it becomes a challenge trying to connect them. So today you can use sensors with the right connectivity module that can connect into a machine and extract data. A lot of the current machines, the more recent ones, already have ability where you can get data from it. So you can use what is called a programmable logical controller, or a SCADA system from which you can get data from these machines. So the whole objective is to ensure that your machines are always running on time, right? You want to avoid downtime. You want to predict when a particular machine or a subsystem within that machine might fail. You want to reduce your downtime cost. You want to collect data and get value from that data. We're also seeing a lot of use cases around safety and compliance, right? So many of these factories are operating in very hazardous environments. So we have people working there. The need is to ensure that the safety for people there who are working in those factories. And at the end of the day, you have two important things, right? You want to make better business decisions. So using IoT, you collect data, and from the data that you collect, you want to get those insights, and then you want to make the right business decision. And when you make those right business decisions, and when you have products that are of very good quality, and you're also having products which are connected through which you can understand how customers use it, it is bound to improve customer experience. Now, what we are also seeing today is products, whether it is a consumer appliance like a refrigerator or an AC, or even an industrial appliance like an air compressor. They're all getting smarter. When I say smarter, a lot of them are getting embedded with data and communication capabilities. So you have processing power inside. So you can have an IoT device that can integrate seamlessly into this, which would have processing power, memory, and all that stuff, and of course communication capabilities. So today you can have the products that can communicate to the internet. There are also various methods by which you can send data from a product to the internet, right? So today you could use cellular, you could use Wi-Fi. If you're at home, you can leverage a Wi-Fi connection to connect a consumer appliance like an AC or a refrigerator to the internet. But there are other options as well. So products are getting connected. And then we are also seeing that manufacturers are also working with other business functions to make sure that they come up with the product which is connected and smart, right? So just not the R&D teams which are working on it. They are also obviously working with sales and marketing to understand what customers want. And they're trying to design products that are suited to what the customers need. And we are seeing manufacturers come up with very innovative business models, where they can able to offer products as a service. Traditionally in manufacturing, you offer it as a one-time sale, like when we buy consumer appliances, we just go to a store and pick it up. But today there are manufacturers who are wanting to come up with models where you don't need to buy it outright. You can, get the asset at your home and only you pay based on the usage of it. So, this completely changed the business model of manufacturers. And that gives them a competitive advantage. Now, we're also seeing a lot of, digital overtaking hardware as the source of value in products. And what I mean by that is we're seeing a lot of, electronics which are, using software within any product. Like a car, just give an example. A car has got about 10 million lines of code. And a Tesla car, for example, if you want to say increase the pickup, you don't need to take it to a service station. You can do an over-the-air update using IoT, and you can just do a software change and do it, right? So the value creation is shifting from hardware to service and as a service, right? As I mentioned, your products are now being offered as a service. Also, what we're seeing is this whole age of mass customization is coming to an end. Customers today want personal experiences. They want context-specific services. So with products getting more intelligent and experience-rich, manufacturers are now able to offer very hyper-personalized products and services. And this is the need of the hour today. And I'm very quickly giving you some use cases here. Let me start with an example of a large FMCG. They had a water purifier which was traditionally sold through a dealer or a distributor. And what they're now doing is they're making the water purifier smart and connected. Okay, so it's got a cellular SIM inside. It's got a flow sensor which will measure the volume of water. And you can also monitor the overall health of the water purifier. So a consumer like you and me, we don't need to buy it. You get that water purifier at your home. And because it's got this volume sensor, flow sensor, it will measure the volume of water. So you just have an app on your phone, and using your app, you can decide how many liters of water you want, and you pay based on the usage of water that you consume. So it's got a payment integration done, and using that, you can make your payment, and then you can pay based on water consumption. And whenever you are completely run out of consumption of your water, as you get closer to the finishing your usage of water, you get an alert asking you to do a recharge, and then you can recharge based on how many liters of water that you want, right? So completely change the business model. Rolls-Royce, everybody associates with cars, but they are a large manufacturer of aircraft engines. They have a very high market share in the space. And Rolls-Royce, they are also changed their business model. Earlier, they used to sell the engines to the Airbuses and the Boeings at the one time. But now what they've done is they have now connected these aircraft engines through IoT, and they're able to get a lot of data now, and they're able to predict when a particular machine engine might fail or a subsystem within that engine might fail. And now they are completely offering as a service model where their customers like Boeing and Airbus, they buy it based on the number of hours the engine is on use. They're not paying an outright purchase, doing an outright purchase of the engine, but depending on number of hours that the engine is flying, on that basis, they actually make the payment to Rolls-Royce. Another example I wanted to give you, a coffee vending machine. There's a company called Vendon, which makes coffee vending machines, supplies it to large, companies like Nestle and all that stuff. So here the use case was very simple. They wanted to avoid the machine downtime. So there was an IoT-enabled device that is integrated with this, which will monitor the health in real time. It also is able to understand what preferences customers have, whether they like a latte, whether they like a cappuccino. It get all the data, and then they know exactly, how much of coffee beans to be sent, how much if milk is over, they know exactly when it's going to getting over, and all that stuff. So completely using IoT, they're now able to offer a really very strong, compelling propositions to the end customers. And most importantly, whenever there's an outage, even before the customer knows, the manufacturer would know, and they would send a technician to fix that problem. Another example I wanted to share very quickly, Hire, a Chinese company based in China, they offer an IoT-enabled, washing machine. This is used in Lady Shriram College in India. And here, because it's IoT-enabled, they can completely monitor this machine in real time. People who want to use it can reserve, they can schedule and monitor and pay for the services from their phones. And throughout the washing process, through the Wash app, which they offer, you know exactly at what stage as far as the washing is concerned. Another great use case. This is an industrial use case. A company called LG Equipments based in Coimbatore. They make air compressors. They offer, it's a form of energy that is used for industrial applications. And the use case here was that their customers who are using connected compressors are always complaining that, maintenance, whenever there's a problem, it takes a long time to get it fixed. Also, the energy consumption was very, very high. A lot of their cost was because of higher energy usage. And so what LG did is they made this IoT enabled, and now they're able to monitor this in real time. And even if there's a problem, they know it in advance. And they're also using what's called as a variable frequency drive, which can vary the discharge air and the flow rate of the compressor. By doing that, they're able to optimize the energy usage. So the energy usage actually is come down, right? So very simple use case. An IoT device is the cellular SIM connected to the internet, and then they are able to monitor this in real time. Connected car, and I think we have already started to see a lot of connected cars in India. It's still low, early days. Just 5% of cars today in India of the total volume that are sold are connected, and the benefits are immense. First and foremost is that it's from a safety standpoint, higher efficiency. You have a telematics device with a SIM inside connected to the car, and you're able to monitor all the real-time parameters of a car, whether it's engine health, tire pressure, suspension systems, braking systems, fluid oil, all that stuff, right? So, so the whole objective is that you don't actually have to take a car to the service station. On a, what you normally do is every 3 months or 4 months you take your car to a service station, whether it needs maintenance or not. Now you take it to a service center only when you really need that maintenance, and then you are able to leverage the power of data to enhance customer experience. So a lot of the OEMs today in India are offering connected cars. Very quickly, sharing some use cases in India. There's a company called Fuzzle, which is based in Bangalore. It's an agri-tech startup. They are now offering what is called precision agri-farming, precision agriculture solution, where a tomato farm uses sensors, and the farmer here knows exactly, with all the sensors connected in that field, and the data being sent to the cloud, they know exactly when to irrigate the field, because in farming you use a lot of water, so you can actually optimize water usage. When to reap the crops, what is the risk of the pest attack, when to use pesticides, because a lot of farming today uses fertilizers and pesticides. Sometimes they are overused. So with the help of IoT, you can use the right amount of pesticides and fertilizers. And because they started to see success when they started to use this, they have now extended to more than 60 acres, and they're growing other crops on that now. So a great use case for smart farming. Wanted to share also with you a use case with Big Basket. As you know, is one of India's largest online grocery companies, and they basically move fruits and vegetables from the farm to the retail outlets, large shops. And here the challenges that they're facing is that many of the vegetables and fruits are temperature sensitive. So what was happening is that at times all these cold boxes that were holding them, they're either missing, or the people who are managing them were not doing it properly, and all that stuff, and they were not following what is called standard operating procedures. And what Big Bastard did is they worked with a startup called Tagbox, and they fitted it with temperature sensors, so they monitor the temperature of all these items in real time, and they're able to if there is any variation in temperature, they know exactly when it has happened, and they can take corrective action. This again, very topical healthcare. A lot of people getting impacted because of COVID, people going back home. You need to remotely monitor their health. So today you can use a simple wearable with a small button, press that button, and you can get a call established to your doctor. And, you can check the real-time health of the patient. So, a great use case today where you can use IoT for healthcare. Another example of how during the COVID times, a hospital in Kerala used this robot, which was made by an Indian company called Asimo Robotics. And because there was a threat for nurses to contract infection when they treat patients, what they did, these robots were going around in the hospitals. They were dispensing the food and medicine. They were collecting all the trash that they were used by the patients. They were also disinfecting the whole hospital, and also enabling, they had a screen that's not visible here, but the video call that can be established between the doctor and the patient. So in case the patient wants to talk to the doctor, you can do that. So great example of using a robo in a hospital environment. This is a very new development. Just a few days back, I read about it in the paper. All these ventilators, all of you know what ventilators are, right? So you use these ventilators, and people who have respiratory problems, especially those who have a little chronic issues around COVID, and they need the ventilator support because they need oxygen. They're not getting enough oxygen. And so here we have these ventilators which are IoT and AI enabled, where you can automatically adjust the oxygen flow. And it does all the stuff what I've listed here, tracing contact with the patient, sending alerts to authorities, and monitoring the ventilator even while the doctor is away, right? So earlier the doctor has to be there to see it physically, but now that is not required. And then you get a lot of data of the patients, and then you can, using that data, you can actually predict outbreaks. So again, a great example of how during the COVID times startups innovated and came up with these kind of solutions. Very quickly, with companies now coming back, talking about return to workplace, many of the companies are now wanting employees to come back, but however, they want to make sure that when they come to office, they are healthy. And before they step into the office, they want to measure the temperature of the person. Today, you can use what is called thermal analytics. You have these thermal cameras, scanners with IR guns using infrared. You can monitor the temperature, measure the temperature, and in case the temperature is more than 100 degrees Fahrenheit, then or more than the normal, they are isolated. And so, and those who are temperature is below will obviously be allowed inside. So, great use case, can be used in offices and government buildings, hospitals, and all that stuff. Airports also. Social distancing, I think all aware, the need for us to maintain that social distancing wherever we are, especially when we are outside. And today you can have various ways by which you can do that. You can have a wristband which is Bluetooth enabled or cellular based, where in case you are very close to somebody less than 6 feet, automatically it vibrates. And then you know that you need to step away and keep that distance. But all this data can again be fed to a cloud platform. You can count the number of people within a space, in an office, and all the stuff. You get all these dashboards, and you know exactly who's violating, who's not violating, and all that stuff. So great example of using IoT for social distancing monitoring. And before I end, actually, I wanted to share, because you're talking about evolution, IoT evolution. What will really trigger huge use cases of IoT and a lot of more IoT device being added will be 5G. We are not ready yet from an India standpoint. It might probably take a year or two. But once you have 5G, which is very high speeds, in speeds of 1 gig to 10 gig, and you're going to have latency of less than 2 milliseconds, you can have a lot of IoT devices in a very small area. For example, 1 million devices in an area of 1 square kilometer, and a lot of use cases that we can see around IoT. You could have remote surgery. You could have robotics in the factories that can be monitored real time. So 5G will completely change the game, so to speak, when it comes to IoT adoption. Very quickly, having talked about 5G, what are the enablers for IoT in India? And I think one very important thing is the cost of sensors, the cost of hardware is coming down. Computing power is also increasing, so that's which is good. So you can pack a lot of computing power in a small device. And cloud, of course, today you can move all the data to the cloud. The cost of using storage and compute in the cloud is coming down and it keeps coming down every month. The cloud vendors are also very flexible when it comes to charging customers, and the cost of connectivity is also coming down. So there are a lot more options today for connectivity. So there are enough drivers now for companies to look at IoT. And finally, friends, I just want to end by saying that with the COVID situation has only caused digital transformation initiatives to get even more accelerated going forward. So there'll be a lot of opportunities for solution providers, startups in the medium to long term, and even in the future. And as I mentioned earlier, it's the impact of IoT plus other emerging technologies that will create more business value. So IoT alone is not enough. IoT is a good foundational block where you extract data, but you need AI, which you are by using which you can predict outcomes. You can use AR and VR, blockchain. So when you use all these technologies together, that's really when the companies will really get the maximum business value. And finally, given that we're going to see a lot more digital transformation initiatives being used by companies, it's going to accelerate further. This will throw open a lot more job opportunities for people, and especially in IoT space, because whether it's IoT hardware or someone wants to get involved in, say, analytics, because analytics is very critical. There are a lot of opportunities for data science, data analysts. So a lot of opportunities in the IoT space, friends. So with that, I end my talk, and I'm happy to take questions now.
Okay. So thank you very much, sir, for your such a wonderful talk that was actually covering all the perspectives on different IoT devices using across the world and for different purposes and solving out the real life causes. Hello, can you hear me? Yes, can you hear me?
Can you hear me, Rash?
Hello. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Yes. So, any questions from anyone on what I presented? I hope it made sense. I hope.
Exactly. We are going to take questions now. So, just thank you so much for your covering all the perspectives which you have covered, like solving out the real life causes using the IoT devices, from washing machines to the ventilators, and from farming devices to robots and all. So that was really a nice thing which you covered up in the talk. So now we are moving to the questions which are coming in the comment section. So definitely we are not able to take all the questions, but we will cover up the best of the questions so we can figure it out. Like, okay, Mhm. Yeah, and so a lot of questions which we have coming across from the audience are related to the security breach, right? So there is a guy named Raj Ganesh. He's asking several questions related to the IoT. So he's asking like, can there be a security breach with IoT, and how you can be managed, and it can be some people also asking for the IoT can be attached with the machine learning algorithms and all. So what's your take on this?
Yeah, coming to security, very important question, Yash, because with all these devices connected to the internet, the moment you connect any device to the internet, it becomes hackable, right? So because every device has got an IP address,
right,
and you can hack it. Now, security has to be addressed very holistically here. So you got to address security at various layers. So first is the device layer. So within a device, you need to make sure that you have the security chip. Ideally, a hardware-based security is the best option. You could also use encrypted SIMs in an IoT device. So by using a security chip, encrypted SIM, you can enhance the security of the device. And then even when the data which is going through the internet, you could have secure tunnels going through the internet. So you could have what is called like how you have a VPN through which you can connect from your home to your office network through a secure tunnel. You could also use through cellular what is called APN, access point name, through which you can actually route all your traffic to the internet. So on the network side, you can secure it. You can have what is called bidirectional authentication. So you got to authenticate the SIM to the service provider. The service provider again authenticates you back. So it's called bidirectional authentication. You have two-factor authentication for devices using like how you have two-factor authentication today when you use banking transactions, right? You enter your password and you got to enter your OTP. Similarly, you can have the same thing for IoT devices. Similarly, on the cloud, you could have various options. So you can secure your applications and the data. You could have network-based firewall, manage intrusion detection, a whole host of tools that you can use to secure all your data on the network. So just to summarize, you got to secure the device, secure the network, and secure the applications on the data on the cloud. Once you do that, then you minimize your risk. You can't. Nobody can say they can have 100% security, but you can definitely minimize your risk when you do all this stuff. Coming to question on the machine learning, yes, and AI, I think very important, because what is the use of getting all this data, right? You got to make sense of the data. You got to analyze the data. You got to get some patterns from the data, and then you use AI and machine learning to crunch all of that stuff, and then you contextualize the data to enable you to take the right decision. And the most important thing is to predict an outcome, right? So you want to get to a stage where you can predict when a problem might occur. That's when you get the maximum value, right? So if it's a machine which is going to break down soon, if you're able to predict it in advance, you can prevent that downtime, right? So AI, machine learning, definitely an integral part. You got to make sure that the solution starts with IoT, but at some point in time gets to AI and machine learning in the future.
Right. So that's I think this was the main question from the audience, that the security breach in the IT devices, and they are asking like how we can improve the security breaches and how we can prevent them in the IoT device. So these are the main questions, right? In the comment section, I can find it out. And one question is there like yeah, this one. So since all are through network, what if the data is lost because of lost communication with IoT? How they will manage the lost data, or do they keep secondary data separately with their industry? So definitely, I think companies keep. So what's your take on this, Sunil?
See, it all depends on the kind of communication protocol that you use to transmit data from an asset to the internet, right? So if you're using TCP/IP, you know, for every packet that you send, because data is sent in the form of messages and packets, right? So every packet message you send, you need to get an acknowledgement back. So which means that if you don't get an acknowledgement back, you got to retransmit it. But see, if you're sending data through a secure network, there's no question of data getting lost. So data will not get lost. Data only might not go through to the internet for whatever reason. Network might be a problem, or the device might be a challenge. But unlikely data will get lost. Data may not only get transmitted. For that, you got to do a retransmission of that packet or the data. And then it will go through if the network quality is good. So network is very important to have a very secure and reliable network if you don't have to face these challenges around data loss and all that stuff.
Okay. So all I think all these are the questions. So one question from personally from my side, like I went to several of the hackathons and I just many of the projects. So students built many of the projects using IoT devices, like using Raspberry Arduino. They build really good stuff over there, right? At the hackathon. So what's your take on this? Like where you see in the next 3 years or in the next 5 years, where you see Indian IoT industry, like where it will be actually, like how we can improve it more.
So I think I see a very good future for India when it comes to IoT adoption, because as I mentioned, there are enough drivers for it. And very important thing, Yash, is that today IoT is needed for survival. You know, if organizations need to survive, they need IoT. So the survival is in question. You know, once if you don't use IoT today, then you are severely challenged. You won't be able to survive, and forget about competing against others in the market. So for your whole survival, you need IoT, and we'll see a lot more adoption in IoT going forward. Any industry, whether it's manufacturing, agriculture, I shared all those use cases. So I see a really bright future for IoT. The adoption will increase significantly, and costs of hardware are coming down. We're going to make all those devices in India, which means that the cost of hardware will come down even further, because today most of the chipsets, the modules, everything most of them imported from China, Taiwan. But now with the initiative to build all of that in India, it might take a little while. But then once you do that, IoT device cost will come down, connectivity cost will come down, and then we'll see a lot more adoption of IoT in India. So I'm very bullish that we'll probably, if all goes well, we'll probably touch 5 billion IoT devices in India by 2025.
Amazing. So that's really a huge number, and so let's hope for the best. Like definitely, we are moving towards the making the India immersive tech ready country. So definitely, we will do that till the 2025. So with this, with your wonderful words and with your wonderful session, we are concluding this day two of the LETCON over here. So thank you so much, Mr. Sunil David, for joining us today. And
Thank you.
just before ending this conference over here for day two, I would like to share some information with the attendees, those who are here with us. So let me just share my screen and okay, let me, okay, yes. Okay, so thank you so much, all of you, for joining us today in the day two of the conference. And I just would like to let you know about the tomorrow's what we are having, what kind of sessions we have for tomorrow, and all the details which we are going to discuss for tomorrow as well, right? So uh, here we are, and on 22nd of August, that means tomorrow, we are having day three of the LETCON, and we are going to start day three from 3:45 p.m. According to the Indian time zone, right? So we are having tomorrow sessions on different, mainly on the cryptos, that means cryptocurrencies, and we are also having a ML workshop tomorrow. So we will start with the session on the DeFi, where Mr. Alex Romanov are joining us from the Israel. He is the CTO of the Beam. So we are going to talk about like why everyone in the crypto is talking about the private DeFi, right? Then we are having a crypto panel discussion from the best out of the best in the industry stalwarts from the cryptocurrency industry, right? So we are having a panel discussion with them. Then we are having a ML workshop, and then we are having a session with tokenization fractional on ownership with Rajat from Quillhash, right? So some of the amazing sessions are in pipeline for tomorrow. So definitely you must have to join us tomorrow as well, right? And all the details related to the assessments, related to the everything which is you are waiting for the certificates, prizes, and all those details will be revealed by tomorrow by my colleagues, right? So stay tuned, join us on the Telegram. All the updates. If you have any doubts, feel free to reach out to any of the community member over there on Telegram. You can reach out to me, Yogesh, Puneet, anyone on the Telegram, right? Feel free to reach out to us, and feel free to write to us an email as well, right? And if you are sending out any of the social media posts, anything, feel free to tag us, feel free to tag Zubi, right? Then definitely we will review all of them soon. And thank you so much, guys, for joining us today. So I'm signing off today with this wonderful words, and thanking you all those who are live with us from the last 4 hours and 39 minutes. So thank you for us. Bye bye. Have a good day ahead, and stay safe. Bye, guys. Join us tomorrow for sure. Bye. Signing off.